flesh. Welcome in, everybody. We are here, One Piece 1134. Full summary spoilers, guys. It just dropped minutes ago. It hasn't even been out for 10 minutes. It's fresh, steaming, piping hot spoilers, guys, of 1134. Full spoilers, full summary, long summary. Let's get some salutes in the chat. Let me see some salutes in the chat if you're excited to be here, if you're excited to go over these spoilers, guys. We are here, live in the flesh. How is everybody doing, guys? How are you guys doing? I'm curious. I genuinely want to know, how is everyone feeling? Comment down below how we're feeling. I hope you guys are feeling great. Hope you guys are feeling awesome and doing awesome, guys. I'm doing great myself. I played a little bit of Marvel Rivals before we went live. I actually had to leave the match early because I saw the spoilers were out. I had to leave the match early. So teammates, whoever was on my team, hey bro, I'm sorry. I'm trying to learn Spider-Man on Rivals because I feel like Spider-Man, I don't know, man. Like like genuinely, I think Spider-Man is one of the lower tier characters. I just feel like he's too weak. Like, yeah, his movement's insane, but I was thinking like maybe Spider-Man has like a really high skill ceiling, and if you could pull it off, then you're just like a complete nuisance. You're a monster. But anyways, chat, I'm excited to be here. I obviously have not read the spoilers yet. They are going to be fresh to me. Guys, obviously this is a spoilers stream, right? Obviously you guys are going to want to talk about the spoilers. Look, I completely understand that. If you guys want to talk about the spoilers and post them in the chat, be my guest. I'm just letting you know that I haven't read the full summary yet. Obviously I read the short summary. We reacted to it yesterday on stream, but chat, I have not read the full summary. So if you guys are willing to hold back on some information, that would be great. Guys, how we doing today, chat? How we doing today? Vincent says, feeling good, brother. Hey, we're chilling, bro. Glad to see you, man. Sway, what's good, brother? Sigma, welcome back. Jeff is an amazing character. Hesitant, what's good, brother? We got L, we got the boy L. Hey, L, what's good, man? I saw some video today. Some guy got to Grand Master in the competitive mode. I guess it's the highest rank, Grand Master. I don't really play comp, but he got to Grand Master Hulk only. And I was watching his gameplay. Bro is insane. I noticed like him, at least for him, I haven't seen like other like top tier players or whatever. He spams the leap. Like he spams it like every 4 seconds he's leaping around. So I don't know, maybe that's a part of the meta. It makes sense to me because you're able to jump in and out of fights, just be a complete nuisance. It reminds me of Winston from Overwatch. Jin Marks, how you feeling? I'm glad to see you. Door Handle, what's good, brother? He said, I am sad, evil, and got devastating news today. On top of that, I might not be able to finish the series. These streams give me life, sigh, sadly. Hey, guys, let's give our condolences to Door Handle. Door Handle, I'm not sure what's going on with you, man. If you want to keep it private, that's totally up to you. I respect that, but Door Handle will keep you on our prayers. Door Handle, just always remember, as it says in Romans, the letter, the epistle of Paul to the Church of Rome. Remember, in chapter 5 of Romans, verses 3 through 5, he talks about how struggling, and just the idea of struggling, being in pain, being in turmoil, that's what builds your perseverance, brother. That's what builds your perseverance. And when you're able to build your perseverance and you're able to raise that skill stat of your soul and of your essence, that builds your character. And when you build your character and you have a strong character, that's what gives you hope. And we keep pushing, brother. Smokey, one Wokey in the chat. What is good, my king? How we feeling, Wokey? I think I saw you earlier. You said that this is warming up to be one of the best chapters of 2024. Chat, yes or no? True or false? One of the best chapters of 2024? Can anyone confirm? Can anyone confirm this is one of the best chapters? Or is Smokey, because we know Smokey, right? If you guys have been coming to the streams for the past year, we know young Smokey is like anti-Oda Angel. Like young Smokey will literally be like, bro, I'm giving like, not this chapter, but he'll say like, oh, I'm giving this chapter an 8 out of 10. I don't know why you guys are saying 10. Like, young Smokey is literally like, he is not an Oda Angel. And I'm not just saying that because he's the homie, but he said, I gotta get Marvel Rivals. It's been a hot game. Yeah, bro, it's free. Marvel Rivals is free. And the download isn't that big. I mean, just just hop in, just play for a little bit, give it like half an hour, see if you like it. It's basically Overwatch. It's just Overwatch with Marvel characters. Lone Sigma, there's a break, bro. Don't tell. There's a break next week, bro. See, you have to take the short summary with a grain of salt. The short summary literally said no break next week, bruh. Chat. Look, man, as I've said a quintillion amount of times, Oda is a human. He has to have his own time to recover, to sleep, to eat, to be with his family. Look, bro, I understand all that. It's just as a consumer, man, getting these breaks, bro. Chapter break, chapter 2-week break, chapter break. It's like, and then we're not even in January yet. January, like December and January are notorious for breaks. All right, chat. We're gonna try not to be too pessimistic and too toxic, but I don't know, man. It's not fun seeing the breaks. We can say, oh well, we expect it. It's always at the end of the year, the beginning of the year. We expect it. Oh, Oda's human. Look, I understand all that. It's still not fun, right? Oda dropping a bombshell, then goes on holiday. All right, I'll catch up to this. We'll get into this soon. Doorhandle said, I'm losing my son that was kept from me. And now court dates, it gets more complicated, but now I might face jail. Oh, man. Doorhandle. Brother, man. Guys, can we please give our condolences to Doorhandle? I have no idea how that feels. I don't have a kid, so I can't lie to you and be fake and be like, yeah, bro, I know how you feel. I don't know how that feels, but if I try to put my, my head into that kind of circumstance, that sounds extremely painful, extremely difficult. Doorhandle, I will be praying for you. I promise, brother. Stay strong, man. Hopefully God has a great plan for you. Hopefully he's there for you. I'm sure Jesus will take care of you. Stay strong. Doorhandle, or I guess chat, I want to see some at Doorhandles with some hearts, at Doorhandle with some love for him, because that's some difficult stuff, guys. I don't even have a kid, so it's kind of hard for me to say and try to be a liar and be like, yeah, I know how you feel. Sorry about that, Doorhandle. Vincent, how's it going, brother? Maya says, what's good, Maya? I haven't even read the short summary. All right, well, there's no point in reading the short summary, right? If we have the long summary, there's like no point in reading the short. Because, like, is there ever a scenario where the short summary has a detail that the long summary didn't? Unless, like, the short summary said something and it was wrong. Vazu, how's it going, brother? Overwatch is free. Is it free? I thought Overwatch 2 is not free. See, the whole Overwatch debacle was always stupid to me. Because, wait, is Overwatch 2 free? Before I explain this, can anyone confirm? Farhat, how you doing, brother? Let him have a break for Christmas, bro. Look, man, I'm just being honest. As a consumer, it's not fun, okay? Zedeko, how's it going, brother? My birthday was about 3 days ago. But I appreciate that. I'm gonna take that. It's a happy, is it belated? Yeah, I guess it's happy belated birthday. Appreciate it, man. And yes, Farhat, we're getting a break next week, man. We're getting a break. We are getting a break. Haven't even read the title? Oh, you haven't read the title of the long summary? It looks like the title of the long summary is the same as short summary. All right, guys. Before we begin reading and before we begin our prayer, I want you guys to just drop a chapter rating 1 to 100 in the chat. Okay, let's do a rating 1 to 100. Comment your rating to the long summary if you've read it. Okay, if you guys haven't read the long summary yet, then obviously don't bother rating. You can't rate something you haven't read. But comment down below 1 to 100. What are we rating this chapter? Pakes, what's good, brother? Looks like is it Diara or Diara? How do I pronounce it? Diara said 9 out of 8 or 98 out of 100. Smokey said 98 out of 100. Carlos said 8. 8? Are you saying 8 out of 100? No, he said 9. Okay, he corrected himself. He said 98. Nathan said 101. With panels, 99 out of 100. Oh, bro, 99 out of 100. Bro, Smokey, I put trust in your ratings. Because again, you are like anti Oda Angel. If you're telling me this chapter is a 98 out of 100, then this better be mind blowing. This better be mind blowing. He said there's still a good chance 1135 will be leaked before the end of the year. I hope so. Javi was good, brother. Overwatch 2 is free if you owned Overwatch 1. See, I don't know about that. I thought you still had to buy Overwatch 2. I bought Overwatch 1 like such a long time ago. But the problem with Overwatch, right? Overwatch 1, it was just only Overwatch. There wasn't a sequel. It was a huge game. Everyone played Overwatch, right? 6v6. And then they announced Overwatch 2. And we're watching the trailers to Overwatch 2. We're seeing all the hype to Overwatch 2. And they're saying what's going to make Overwatch 2 different from Overwatch 1 is that in Overwatch 1, it's 6v6. But in Overwatch 2, it's going to be 5v5. If I remember correctly, that was the whole argument. And me and many other people were like, really? You're going to make a whole new game just so that there's a 5v5 instead of 6v6? That seems kind of stupid. But like a month ago, someone told me that on the new one, Overwatch 2, they switched it back to 6v6. So the whole reason that they did in Overwatch 2 is now pointless. And I called it, bro. I'm sure a lot of people did too. We knew Overwatch 2 was just a scam. They just needed some money. I'm gonna be back in a few minutes, brother. Keep it fire. We will, man. Evil, you played Black Ops 6? I haven't touched Black Ops 6. The last Black Ops I played was Black Ops 3. I think out of every COD, Black Ops 3 is the best for zombies, bro. And it's just, to me, it's just a fact, bro. That's not even an opinion. Because on Black Ops 3, you have to understand, there's a bunch of map packs. So you get like all of the OG maps. Okay, that's one thing. You have the gumballs, which give you power-ups. If you don't want to use them, then literally just don't use the gumball machine. That's really fun. There's this one gumball in Black Ops 3 Zombies where everything you buy is for free for like 60 seconds. I forgot what it's called. Someone in chat probably knows. That's really cool, the gumball machine. Then what really makes Black Ops 3, like for me, the best COD for zombies is the fact that if you guys have Black Ops 3 on Steam, and you go to the Steam workshop, there are like thousands and thousands of custom zombie maps. Like, bro, you could literally play One Piece, Call of Duty Nazi Zombies, Mario, Call of Duty Nazi Zombies, or Zombies. Like, and I played World at War Zombies when World at War was the newest COD. Like, I remember the original zombies, but I'll tell you, bro, Black Ops 3 has to have the best zombies mode. Javi said they were going to add PvE missions, and yeah, 5v5, but PvE never came out, and 5v5 is only temp. See, that's so dumb. Like, the entire gimmick to Overwatch 2 is, like, out the window. All right, guys, who's ready? You guys ready? Are you guys ready to get into the spoilers? Farhat said, I'm going to go read it, then rate it. All right, man, come back and let me know. Come back and let me know. Guys, let me see some salutes in chat, okay? If you guys are ready to jump into the long summary, I want to see you guys just flood the chat with salutes. You guys know the drill. This is our style. This is our thing. Just spam salutes, man. Type 07, copy it, then enter, paste, enter, paste. Let's just spam some salutes. This is going to be a 98 out of 100 chapter. Leo Brand, welcome in. He said it's a 10 out of 10 chapter. Is it Heineken Killer? I rebranded from Swaghaver. He said rebranded. Guys, he rebranded from Swaghaver 56 to Heineken Killer. Jacob, what's good, brother? Fire Sale. Javi, I thought Fire Sale was the power up just in regular COD where you get free mystery box. I'm talking about on Black Ops 3 Zombies, they have the gumball machine. There's a power up from the gumball machine. It gives you free purchases. I don't remember what it's called. It's a green one. I don't think it's called Fire Sale. I forgot what it's called. Shopping free. That's what it's called. Shopping free. If you get that gumball at the beginning of the game, literally just open most of the doors on a zombie map. And then there's also that one other OP gumball. There's literally a gumball in Black Ops 3 Zombies where you eat the gumball and you get all perks. You literally get all perks. So if you start a game with shopping free and you open like all the doors and then you get another gumball with all the perks, a perkaholic, that's what it's called. If you get that, you just have like the most OP start. But guys, let's start. Let's begin. Guys, we're going to do a little prayer. We're going to do a quick prayer for Door Handle and for you guys in chat. We're going to do a quick prayer, guys. And when we get this prayer out of the way, we will be reading the One Piece 1134 non-summary spoilers, chat. I'm excited. I hope you guys are excited. I heard in the short summary that we're going to be having some Holy Knights pull up to Elbaf. I was kind of indecisive because it said in the short summary that 2 people appear out of the magic circle, but it didn't explicitly say if the magic circle was in Elbaf. So if it is in Elbaf, yeah, that makes sense, but it didn't actually say that, and I just think we need to be careful with these leakers, chat. Marvel Rivals is literally the same as Overwatch. 95% of the abilities are the same, just on different characters. Yeah, I know. I mean, there are a lot that really isn't present in Overwatch. But yeah, I mean, a lot of it, like some characters in Marvel Rivals is literally just a copy paste from Overwatch. Like for an example, Hawkeye, right? Hawkeye in Rivals is literally just, what's his name? The dude from Overwatch. What's his name? Hanzo. Hanzo and Hawkeye are literally just the same exact character. All right, guys, let's jump into this prayer, guys. Let's jump into this prayer. I'm excited. Then we're going to dive into these spoilers. So all of my brothers and sisters in Christ, join this prayer with me. If you guys are not a brother or sister in Christ, I suppose pray to whatever it is you pray to. We're going to give a nice big prayer to chat and Door Handle. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. My Lord and Savior, my refuge, my stronghold, my deliverer, my King, my Lord, Jesus Christ, thank you for giving me another day of life. Thank you for allowing me to breathe and wake up this morning on December 18th. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for guiding each and every one of my steps. Lord, thank you for giving me strength, might, courage, bravery, and perseverance to make it through this dark, cold, evil world. Lord, I know that you're always with me, and I know that you're always with everyone that's watching the stream, everyone that's in the chat. Jesus Christ, my Lord, I pray that you take care of Door Handle for me. He's going through some problems with his family. Lord, I ask that you please show up to him at this time and give him your love. Show him your truth. Show him your light. Lord, please fill him with the Holy Spirit so he can speak precisely, speak the truth, speak without error, make the greatest decisions, take care of his family and his children. Please give him a way out of his dark circumstance right now, Lord. I pray that you please take care of him, show up there for him, and show him yourself in a way that he cannot possibly deny. And Lord, please do that for everyone in this chat. Do that for all the lost sheeps in the world, all the lost sheeps that are watching this stream, because I was a lost sheep. I denied your existence, Lord. I denied the idea of God. I denied the idea the Bible had truth. I denied everything. And I went into this world deep in sin, getting tattoos, alcohol, weed, all sorts of filth and sin, Lord. And you pulled me out. And I know that if you could pull me out, you could pull anybody out. So Lord, please reveal yourself to everyone in chat. Reveal yourself to them in a way that they could not possibly deny. An unbelievable experience. Please give that to them, Lord. Show them your courage. Please give them courage. Please give them bravery, strength, resilience, love, joy, inner peace. Please help them financially. Please help them with their family problems, their work problems, and their career, school. Please help them and pull them out of suffering, because I know there's some people in chat suffering. Please be there for them, Lord. Take care of them. Continue to love them. Continue to guide their steps. And please bless this stream, Lord. Bless this stream with lots of comedy, lots of joy, lots of happiness, lots of peace, lots of excitement, and some theory cooking, Lord. I love you. You are my only God. You're the one true God, the Holy Trinity, the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, the one only true God. I will never relent in my belief to you. Thank you, Lord. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. Do you play Namor? Bro, I kind of want to get into Namor just because I played him for like 1 or 2 games and he was actually pretty good. And I know that he has like that one octopus ability. I think it's like his E. And a lot of people ignore it. So I feel like if everyone's going to ignore his little octopus ability, that's an easy way to get free damage, right? Just get free damage on the enemy team. Thanks, guys. The story of One Piece hits home. Wish I had real life friends. Not everyone gets to live their dreams. Hey, man, I think a great way of looking at life is, you know, I think a great way of looking at life, like the purpose of life, is this idea of loving God and loving people. I feel like that's a very easy thing to do. And I feel like you could do it in all sorts of ways. Loving God and loving people. Loving God brings inner peace, and loving God helps you know who he is. And loving other people will also bring you inner peace. It'll bring you joy, all types of that stuff. All right, guys, listen. One last salute, guys. One last salute. I'll even help you guys in the chat. Let's get some one last salute if you guys are ready to jump into the long summaries. More details of the chapter by myself. Chapter of 19 pages. Two color pages from the color spread, and 17 black and white normal pages. Chapter 1134, Owl Library. Owl Library. My dream is being called the drink. Wait, what? My dream is being called the drink. What does that mean? My dream is being called the drink. What does that mean? Special color bread, or special color bread. Yeah, chat, guys, chat. We're getting a special color bread this chapter. Special double leg spread in the cover. The Straw Hat crew, holding water guns, are riding on a giant Frankie robot flying over the sea, doing the Astro Boy pose. Astro Boy flying pose. Frankie giant robot has the same body as Frankie, but it has metal body and wings. And in its left shoulder, there's the sentence, "We are eternal." Yo, chat, what is Oda cooking with this one?
Let him cook. Let him cook now.
On his left shoulder, it says, "We are eternal." Wait, what? Pluton foreshadow? Yo, Farhat, welcome back, bro. We are eternal. What does that mean? This color spread is a tribute to Kazuki Yao, Frankie Sayu in One Piece anime that announced he's stepping down from his role. You know, bro, chat, I don't want to be too picky, but like, why is it water guns? Like, if we're in wintertime, shouldn't he just have done like Frankie with like snowballs or something? Or is it because Frankie, like original Frankie, used to wear like that like the swimsuit? It means when I was a kid, they called me the juice box. In all seriousness, that's a joke name for Trunks. Wait, juice? Why were they calling you juice box? When you were a kid, they called you the juice box? What does that even mean? Chapter starts where the last one ended. Luffy officially thanks Saul for helping Robin while extending his hand to greet Saul. Luffy says, "Saul-o-san, I understand that one of my underlings has been under your care. You have my appreciation. Allow me to introduce myself." Luffy is using Yakuza's way of speaking, so everyone is amused because they have no idea where Luffy learned those words. Wait, chat, why is he speaking Yakuza? Do we have any theories on that? Shaped like a high C. Wait, so Luffy is talking to Saul like a Yakuza member, And the Straw Hats don't know where Luffy got that from. Did Luffy get it from Loki? Capone Beige? I thought Beige was like Italian mafia. He learned it from his mother Crocodile. Yo, see, I'm wondering, how is this gonna work in the English translation? Like, how are they gonna depict that, like, Luffy is talking like a Yakuza member? How do you depict that in English? See, I feel like there's a lot of stuff that gets lost in translation. Sanji says, where did you even learn that from? Luffy says, please gave us. Please gave us? What does that mean? I am so confused. Why is Luffy talking in Yakuza language, Yakuza dialect? And then why is he saying, please gave us? Does he mean please give us? Please gave us? What? Chat, we're already starting these spoilers on confusion. Can anyone answer my questions? 1, why is Luffy speaking like a Yakuza member? 2, what does please gave us mean? Mario, what's good, brother? Did Luffy learn it from Kizaru? When did Luffy learn it from Kizaru? Luffy is introducing himself similarly to the way Ace introduced himself to Shanks. Is that how he did it? Karu, what's good, bro? Ace introduced himself to Shanks like this? Luffy hit his head. Maybe really taught him. All right, are we just gonna throw out any person that's ever interacted with Luffy? It's Rayleigh. No, it's Shanks. No, it's Ace. No, it's Crocodile. Maybe it's Loki, because he literally just got done talking to Loki. Right? That seems very straightforward. Like, Luffy talked to Loki, left Loki, and now he's speaking like a Yakuza member. Law. He learned it from Wano. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, because obviously Wano is like a Japanese island, Japanese arc. And weren't there characters in Wano that were like Yakuza style? Ivankov? Why Ivankov? What's good, Jordan? Luffy's trying to say, please give us. Okay, so they had a typo then. It's not supposed to be please gave us. It's supposed to be please give us. Robin interrupting Luffy's speech. This is Luffy. Saul says, Dere she. I know Luffy is a big name. You have met good friends, Robin. You finally have found them, right? Robin says, yes, the Nakama who will protect someone like me. Aww, Chad. Chad. Hey. Look, chat. Look right here. Robin is Emu confirmed, chat. Robin has the ring eyes, chat. Oh my gosh. Robin is Emu, chat. Robin is the daughter of Emu because she has the ring eyes. The only thing you need to take into consideration with Emu is ring eyes. Oh my gosh. Now you had that prepped? No, I actually didn't. I'm trying to pull up the panel. I don't want to say what it is before I show it. Come on. Yeah, there we go. Chat, look at Saul. Look at that boy Saul. Look at that. No one is ever born into this world completely alone. Look at this. Look how beautiful, chat. You guys remember this? You guys remember this? Look at this panel. Look at this panel. You see it? But someday, without a doubt, you will meet friends. Chat. This was how many? That was chapter 397. 700 chapters ago, chat. 700 chapters ago. 700 chapters ago, we have Saul telling Robin that she will meet her friends. And now we're reading One Piece in modern day society. Robin is face to face with Saul, and Saul is saying, you finally found your friends. Chat, this is so beautiful. Evil mad he doesn't have the ring eyes, unlike me. I'm Emu. Oh no, bro. If you're Emu, you need to be in prison, my guy. Mihawk confirmed Holy Knights. You started something, Demon Child? Nah, what I'm trying to start is this idea that ring eyes is just a dumb, like, it's just a dumb detail. Like, just because someone might have ring eyes at some point, I don't think that actually means anything. Because Big Mom had ring eyes, Luffy had ring eyes, Robin had ring eyes. There's so many characters at different parts of the story that had the ring eyes. And I made an infographic about this a few years ago, but I don't want to get too off topic. Only one Cannoli said, "Yo, Evil, I am on part 3 of Europa." Yo, chat. Can we give a W Cannoli? Can you guys drop a W Cannoli? Or can we drop a Wanoli in chat? He's finally watching it. Europa, the final battle. You guys should definitely watch that. It is the greatest piece of media you will watch in your life. Europa, the final battle. If you watch that documentary, you will never look at life the same ever again. And you guys will finally see, like, why does Evil keep talking about these people like that? Why does Emu have like some kind, or Emu? Why does Evil have some kind of agenda? Go watch Europa, the final battle, and you'll learn why World War II was a lie. Where? You could watch it, there's a website, like they have their own website, Europa, the final battle. You could watch it on Twitter. It's free. You don't pay, you don't even have to sign up. He said part 8, W, man. Guys, I'm telling you. Go watch Europa, the final battle. You'll learn about why so much in World War II is a lie. You'll learn why certain things may or may not have even happened. Emu equals evil. Michelangelo is good. Fox is good. Those that have permanently ring eyes are something like Mihawk and Emu. Yeah, I'm not too sure about that, dude. Do you guys remember when Ace had Makino teach him the proper way to greet someone because he wanted to thank Shanks for saving Luffy? He's probably talking this way so he can mimic Ace thanking Shanks. Actually, no. Young Smokey, I remember you pointing that out. Smokey, you're onto something. All right, what's the next point? All Straw Hat crew, except Luffy, Zoro, and Jinbei, starts crying again, thinking that they will protect Robin forever. Saul thanks everyone for protecting Robin. Yo, could you guys imagine how sad it's gonna be? Like, let's just say hypothetically, right? One Piece is ending, we're getting the final chapter, and like the Straw Hats are old and they're dying. You know how sad it's gonna be when Robin dies? Or if Robin dies? That is going to be the most depressing thing ever. She's going to be talking like, I grew up in genocide. I had no friends. Saul told me I was going to find friends. I found Nakama. They saved my life. They gave me meaning. I accomplished my dream. Bro, that's going to be one of the saddest deaths in the whole story. Lilith introduces herself to Saul as Vegapunk. She and Bonnie traveled too with the Straw Hat crew, and Gerd in the Zval. I have no idea what Zval is. Yo, Young Smokey, I know you're the expert here on Norse mythology, Norse culture, Viking culture. You gotta remind me, what is that, the ship actually? No, Zval is the ship, right? Then Lilith asks Jinbei to take out from the Zval one of the machine boxes she brought from Egghead. Gerd helps Jinbei taking it out. The box is a sealed capsule with a Vega sticker attached to it. Ooh, chat, is she smuggling some Mother Flame? Is she smuggling a little bit of Mother Flame, chat? Just a little bit? Just a few grams of Mother Flame? What is she smuggling, chat? A capsule. What is in that capsule? Zval, the midship from last chapter. Yeah. So it must be the ship. Okay, but chat, what's the theories here? What's the theories? Is she smuggling Mother Flame, chat? Is she smuggling Mother Flame? She's smuggling weed? This point is probably the most controversial. Why do you think this point is controversial? Jinbei says, we carried it out of Egghead based on Vegapunk's instructions. What is inside? Lilith said, it's me. Luffy's in shock. Vegapunk's clone? Lilith says, that's right. Unlike us satellites, this is a complete replicate. This Vegapunk was the one who visited Elbaf to... Bruh. Bro, chat. Chat-chan. Chat-kun. How do we feel about this, chat? Wait. Guys, 1 in chat if you like it, 2 if you don't like it. That's right. Unlike us satellites, this is a complete replicate. This Vegapunk was the one who visited Elbaf 20 years ago. Wait. Yo, I got some mixed feelings. Well, you know what? This makes sense why Oda didn't make it such a big deal that Stella died. Remember, chat? We kept saying that over and over, almost like every stream for like however many chapters it was for Vegapunk's death. Remember that, chat? I kept saying, or I guess we kept saying, why is Oda not making a big deal about Stella's death? Remember that? We pointed that out a lot. Remember? True or false, chat? Did I not point that out? Me and King J were wondering, maybe Smokey too, we were wondering, we were like, bro, is Stella actually going to die? Is Vegapunk actually going to die? Because they're not making it a big deal, right? Like, Vegapunk's death was very, like, short and to the point. So it made me think, like, maybe they're going to save Stella. Maybe Chopper's going to do something. Frankie's going to do something. Lilith. Maybe they're going to do something, right? We kept saying that over and over. So now, to be honest, I kind of want to lean towards that I like this. I kind of want to lean towards me liking this. Because, again, look back. When Stella was dying and that we had that whole Sanji debacle, it was very, like, to me, it was very clear that Oda didn't want to put Vegapunk in the coffin. Like, yeah, you could argue that, like, oh, well, he had the whole big speech. But still, look at how he was treated as he was dying. It had a lot of people, it had us in chat, thinking that maybe he's going to survive. So now when we look at this, and we see how there's a complete replicate, this is the one that visited Elbaf 20 years ago, it makes sense. It makes sense why Oda didn't make such a big deal about Vegapunk dying. And Oakley, what's good, brother? He said Oda doesn't kill anyone. Hey, chat. Oda doesn't kill people. To be honest, bro, if someone complains that Oda doesn't kill characters, I don't think other people should be getting mad and triggered over that. Guys, can we just be honest? Can we just be honest? We love One Piece, but Oda does not kill people, bro. We love One Piece, but there's certain things we don't like. Is that not fair? Is that not just being a normal person? Hey, I love One Piece, but that doesn't mean everything everything in the story I have to love. To me, like, that's being mature. I feel like a lot of times when you say you don't like something in One Piece, people just get triggered. Like, bro, we still love the story at the end of the day. Why are we not allowed to dislike certain things? Or why are we not allowed to say that, like, Oda doesn't kill people? Bro, Oda does not kill... Bro, chat, Oda does not kill characters, bro. Is Shanks gonna die? At this point, we need to start reconsidering. Is Shanks gonna die? Is he gonna die? What's good, Happy D? Hey, Ski Mask, what's good, brother? You made it on time, bro. We just started. Wouldn't it have been better if only one Vegapunk remained and, like, for example, Lilith? Oh no, man. I don't know if I think that's better. Because I think where Oda's going with this is that they're going to make like an Egghead Island 2.0 kind of thing on Elbaf. I think King J's on board with this. We've been saying this for a long time. Egghead 2.0 on Elbaf. Egghead 2.0 on Elbaf. Why? Well, for one, it's not really world government sanctioned. For two, there's plenty of giants there to help protect the island. 3, they have the owl library. 4, we literally just saw how Lilith said she has some work to do on Egghead, or I mean on Elbaf. It seems to me that they're gonna make some new kind of base on Elbaf. They have the Ohara books there. The Ohara books talked about the ancient kingdom, the ancient weapons. King J, I'm glad to see you, brother. King J, confirm or deny? Did we not repeatedly say that Oda didn't put enough focus in Stella's death? So there's a high probability that Stella wasn't going to die. And we thought like maybe Frankie saves him, maybe Chopper saves him, Lilith saves him. Confirm or deny, King J? I know you're not a liar. We said this over and over and over. Why does that matter though? Because look at this chapter. If there's a complete replicate of Stella who visited Elbaf 20 years ago, then it's kind of in a way Stella didn't actually die in the sense that we think death, right? When we think death, we think like, okay, the person, like that character with their knowledge and their history is over, right? So you could be like, oh, well, Stella did die, but like, let's be honest, bro. He didn't necessarily die if there's literally a clone that went to Elbaf, a complete replicate. You get what I mean? And you know what? It's kind of funny because this just really hammers in the idea that Oda won't kill people like how we traditionally think. Like our traditional idea of death. Oda doesn't want to kill people. He will literally go as far as to making complete replicates of people. Chad, Oda will make a complete replicate of someone where they literally have all the knowledge, they have all the history, and they're still alive. That's how far Oda's willing to go to not kill people. Leon, what's good, brother? Technically, not even one Vegapunk died. No, but King J, Ashura Doji died. Is that his name? Ashura Doji, whatever that dude's name was, the big belly pink guy. No, but Ashura died. Oda killed people in Wano, bro. Look at all the fodder that died, bro. Oh, Ashura Doji died. Oh no. Maybe because end of the story, lots of characters will die, but then it's like, okay, well, the whole rest of the story, the whole 99% of the story, nobody was dying. So it's like, okay, the very last chapter, the last 3 chapters of the entire story, characters die. But like the whole 99% of the story is the straight, like, life. I guess like you could argue that Oda affirms life, you know? And also, isn't there, King J, you probably know about this, isn't there an SBS where Oda said that he doesn't like killing people because then the celebrations and the feasts and the parties that the characters have at the end of the arc will be less depressing? I'm pretty sure Oda said that in an SBS. I don't like killing characters because then the celebration will be less joyful. Thanks for the prayers. I'm gonna just watch the stream. I'll be lurking. A door handle. We got you, brother. Maybe you could take your mind off stuff for a while, man. Just enjoy the stream, enjoy the spoilers. We could crack some jokes, make some theories. Good point, Smokey. A fate worse than death. Wait, what did Smokey say? Like Dr. Hairlook said, a man's only dead when he's forgotten. Yeah, but look, another way of looking at that is like that shows even more credence to the idea that Oda doesn't want to kill people. Oda will literally make a complete replicate of someone who has their history and their knowledge. Oda will even say that you don't actually die unless you're forgotten. So yeah, like no one dies in One Piece then. I still don't get how Oda is going to manage every single thing in the final arc. World government, marines, pirates, warlords, sword members. Yeah. See, that's why I'm arguing that there's no way One Piece will end within 100 chapters. And guys, we'll get back to the spoilers in just a second. But there's no possible way. Guys, comment down below in the chat. How many chapters do you think One Piece has left? From now to the very last chapter, how many chapters is that? I've seen people say 100 chapters. And to me, I think that's completely out of this. I think that's ridiculous. That is completely ridiculous. Because how short is Elbaf going to be then? Like if you're saying, no, One Piece ends in 100 chapters, how short is Elbaf? because we need Elbaf. We need the whole lore dump on Laugh-Tale. Odin's flashback was like 17, 18 chapters. So why would Laugh-Tale be shorter than that? It's ridiculous in my opinion. So again, Laugh-Tale, Elbaf, a possible Blackbeard arc, pre-Final War, Final War, post-Final War. How is that 100 chapters? I think there's no way it'll be less than, at the minimum, 200. And that, I'm being generous. There's no way it's 199 and below. There's no chance, dude. I think, because, okay, Egghead was 60 chapters. Who here thinks Elbaf is going to be shorter than Egghead? So, what, we'll say 70 chapters for Elbaf? That's already close to 100. And if we have an arc dedicated to Blackbeard, you know, like the whole Blackbeard battle, we get his history, we learn his fruit, we get the poneglyphs, that might be its own arc. That's like another, what, 50, 60, 70, 80 chapters? Why are we going to have a Blackbeard arc that is 20 chapters long? That, dude, imagine you built up the entire story of One Piece. We finally get to the Blackbeard battle. And it's 20 chapters. Like most of these battles, like if you go through, for an example, right? Alabasta. Look at how long that first fight between Crocodile lasted until Crocodile was defeated. That was way more than 20 chapters. Same thing with Doflamingo. Same thing with Kaido. Didn't Roof Piece start on chapter 1000? Kaido wasn't taken out until what, 49 chapters later? So like, how is it that One Piece ends in 100 chapters? I think I want to ballpark it probably like 250, 275. And Oda drops about 34, give or take 34 chapters a year. So if One Piece has another 275 chapters, divide that by 34, that'll be the amount of years we have left for One Piece. Yo, Insatiable Hunger, welcome back, King. Crocodile was dragged on because in the start, Oda had planned to end One Piece. No, but the point I'm giving is all of the major battles against the big bads, they last very long. It's the same with all of them, right? Look at when Luffy first started fighting Kaido to when Kaido was defeated. That was, what, 50 chapters? Look at when Luffy first started fighting Crocodile to when Crocodile was defeated. That was like 45 chapters. The very first Luffy punch on NL to when NL was defeated. That was like, what, 40 chapters? The point is that the fight between Blackbeard, the first Luffy punch to the defeat, at minimum is going to be 40 chapters. And then you should put more into that for the simple fact that Blackbeard is the biggest stumbling block in terms of Luffy achieving Pirate King. So Oda has to build up the fight more and more and more throughout the fight. And then the fight of Luffy versus Blackbeard doesn't even include the rest of the arc. So my whole point is that if Oda has an arc for Blackbeard and it's separate from Elbaf, those two arcs right there is probably 200 chapters in itself. But then we still need Laugh-Tale arc, a whole lore dump. We still need pre-Final War, just like how we had pre-Marineford. We need the whole Final War arc with like 8 different factions. We need the epilogue. I just don't see how One Piece ends within like 199 chapters. I think 275 personally. King J said Elbaf alone will have exactly 166 more chapters after this one. See, look at that, guys. 166 for Elbaf. So, King J, do you believe the whole Blackbeard fight is in Elbaf? Or do you think the Blackbeard fight, the Blackbeard arc, Blackbeard defeat, whatever you want to call it, do you believe that's separate from Elbaf? L said, bro, didn't like my super. I'm sorry, L. We were going on that tangent. L with the super, God bless you, brother. He said, am I reading DBZ with all these revives? It might be DBZ. We see the Vegapunks being revived. Nika is revived technically. Joy Boy's revived technically. Nobody's dying, bro. Hey, in terms of you seeing DBZ, there's probably going to be a character that was like in a time chamber. There's gonna be a character. Maybe it's Emu. Emu spent like 500 years in like a time capsule or something. What do they L? What do they call it in Dragon Ball? The whole time chamber. Is that what it's called? Time chamber. Watch. They're gonna say that like Emu is in a time chamber for a while. Emu goes in the time chamber like every other year. Thank you for that super chat, Al. It is DBZ. Oda's not going to kill people. Blackbeard fight on Laughtail? I don't know. I don't think so, personally. It's just my opinion. I think Blackbeard's fight is either its own arc or it's Elbaf. And the reason why I don't think Blackbeard's defeated on Laughtail is because Oda has done nothing but bolster Laughtail to be an info dump arc, right? Roger didn't fight anyone on Laughtail. We know that Laughtail has the One Piece treasure. So I think it would be kind of strange if Luffy fought Blackbeard on Laughtail and the One Piece treasure was sitting right there. Like, are they going to destroy the treasure? Luffy defeats Blackbeard. Okay, well, how does Luffy make sure that Blackbeard doesn't grab the treasure and then run? It seems to me that Laughtail is an info dump arc. We get to Laughtail, we learn about the Void Century, origins of Devil Fruits, Emu, Joy Boy, Nika, Ancient Kingdom. That's what it seems like to me. Do you guys... Okay, guys, yes or no? Does Luffy fight Blackbeard on Laughtail? Yes or no? OP Fanatic. What do you think the Vegapunk in the sky will do with Aria? I think Aria is a parallel to Uranus. We talked about this months ago, a while ago. Aria is a flying cloud. That's what Aria is. It's a cloud island. They literally piloted Aria to Shabandi. Remember Return to Shabandi, the very beginning of post-time skip? They literally piloted the flying cloud to Shabandi, and when they got there, they made it rain bubbles and lightning. That's how Nami was able to escape the Marines to get on the Thousand Sunny. I believe that is a parallel to Uranus firing down Mother Flame. And what bolsters this is the fact that Egghead literally has artificial clouds. So I think Uranus, I think we all have a whole bunch of theories for Uranus, but one of my main ones is that Uranus is like a flying machine. It's a flying cloud and it rains down Mother Flame. It's a parallel with Aria. And the old guys that are on with Aria that wear celestial outfits, they parallel Gorosei. One, I see it happening on Laughtail. Emu fight will be after Laughtail. Yeah, 100%. Cross Guild will be the final pirate opponent before Luffy beats Emu because Mihawk fight is after Shiryu fight. Oh, that's actually a good point.
Let him cook.
Guys, King J just raised a good point. The Cross Guild fight will be the final pirate fight, like the final pirate opponent before Luffy beats Emu because Mihawk fight is after Shiryu. So Zoro fights Shiryu and then Zoro fights Mihawk. So if Zoro fights Mihawk, isn't that a cross guild fight? See, King J, the big question mark on Straw Hats versus Cross Guild is who does Luffy fight? Is Luffy gonna fight Buggy? Alright guys, let's continue with the spoilers. The government would naturally start to have suspicions if Stella just up and left his labo for several months, right? We have managed to get it out by putting it in a nutrient medium, but we lack the machinery to bring it out of the box safely. Okay, so Stella had a complete clone, and Stella sent that clone to Elbaf, and then that clone came back to Egghead. So the original Stella that died, that one never went to Elbaf. The complete clone went to Elbaf. And that's how the world government monitored Stella on Egghead, not knowing that he sent a clone to Elbaf. Ooh. Yo, I don't think this is like a retcon. I don't think that this is like a butts pool for lack of a better term. You know, because sometimes when Oda throws some things in the story, we're like, bro, Oda, you're pulling that out of nowhere, man. You're pulling that out of your rear. But like this doesn't seem like that to me. Lilith says she's going to stay in Elbaf and build a new laboratory to revive Vegapunk with this clone body and to also cure Kuma. Kuma, we love you. Kuma. Daughter and father united. Bonnie is very excited to hear that. Yo, chat, let's get some salutes, man. Let's give some salutes to Oda and Vegapunk and Lilith, man. Yo, that is gonna be so emotional. But guys, I'm staying on the agenda. Kuma's gonna look at Luffy. He's gonna be like, "You're Nika." Kuma's gonna turn to Bonnie. He's gonna say, "Hey, Bonnie, follow Nika." Daughter, Bonnie, I want you to follow Nika. That's what's gonna happen, bro. Bonnie is going to join Nika. But then I wonder, like, is Kuma gonna dip from the Revs? Maybe Kuma can leave the Revs and be like, "Hey, Luffy, we're gonna tag team kind of thing. Let me be an affiliate," kind of like Law with the Straw Hats. Look, I don't like Oda reviving people and Oda fake deathing people, but I'm gonna give him a pass on Kuma. Hey, Oda, we don't like how you refuse to kill people, but I'll give you a pass on Kuma. I'll give you a pass. That's my Nika. Follow him. Yeah, exactly. Do you think the Vegapunk in the sky will go back down into Elbaf, or will they stay in the sky for Vegapunk's dream? So everyone, I think he can do both. I think what they're describing here is they're gonna revive Stella because of the clone, and that Stella is gonna have a new base. It's gonna be on Elbaf. Elbaf is gonna become Egghead 2.0, protected by giants, not sanctioned by the world government. And what they're gonna do, this whole Vegapunk thingy in the sky, that's gonna be a literal satellite. It's gonna be a literal satellite, and they're gonna use the whole Vegapunk thing in the sky as Wi-Fi. They're going to use it as the internet of the One Piece world. We already know Elbaf is the most religious island, and they worship the sun god. Kuma will start a church there and won't rejoin Dragon. Ooh.
Let him cook.
Hey,
Let him cook
King
now.
J, you know I'm down with that, bro. Like, Kuma's gonna come back to life. He's gonna see Nika. He's gonna be in the land that worships the sun god. Bro, why wouldn't he? He's gonna become a pastor again. He's gonna bring back the church. Hey guys, yes or no? Is One Piece a religious manga? If you were adding tags to One Piece, would you click religion? What's good, Juan? What's good, Gambit? I've already lost stocks on Dragon. One Piece will end. Blood will still be looking east. Yeah, man. I gave up on Dragon. I gave Dragon one last chance. Bro, you appeared in chapter 100. It is now 1100. You have to appear. Didn't appear. So I gave up. I gave up completely. What's good, Blizzard? It is, but I wouldn't say it's the main thing. I could make an argument for why religion is deeply ingrained in One Piece. And I think it's a simple argument, right? The whole story predicates on the idea that there's a religious figure that the whole world worshipped called Nika. He was the sun god. And people would worship him as God. And they had churches, they have Bibles, they have pastors that worship him. But Emu, the big bad of One Piece, hated Nika, he hated God, and he killed him and he erased them. So the battle to the One Piece, the race to Laugh Tale, is claiming the One Piece and learning the truth about why Nika and Joy Boy God was erased and hidden from the world. I think you could easily make an argument that religion is deeply ingrained into the story. Because you have to ask yourself, What is the core of One Piece? The core is Nika and Joy Boy with this ancient kingdom that were erased and they left a treasure behind. That's the core of the story. If it wasn't for Nika, if it wasn't for Joy Boy in the ancient kingdom, there would be no One Piece. Like Emu, the big bad, the whole point of Emu, right? The biggest threat, the biggest opponent, the biggest antagonist of the entire story depends on religion. It depends on the sun god. It depends on the worship. They like throughout the story, the celestial dragons even try to depict themselves as God. We're the gods of the world. Nika was only in Elbaf apparently. Joy Boy was that. Yeah, but you also have Skypiea worshiping the sun god. They had to have gotten that from somewhere. We got 3 versions. What's good, Greg? We got 3 versions of Shanks making a move before Dragon. Yeah, man. Guys, if you're going to put stocks in somebody, just put stocks in Shanks, man. Don't even bother with Dragon. At this point, bro, you just have to be like, hey, you got to chat. Be like me. If Dragon appears, we're partying. Okay? If Dragon appears or Dragon does something, we're going to party. We're going to celebrate. But I'm not waiting on it. You get what I'm saying, guys? You get what I'm saying? If Dragon appears, if Dragon does something, if he reveals something, hey, we're going to party. But are we going to wait on it? No. The main character is literally a god. One Piece is religious. Yeah. The biggest reveal about the main character is that he has the sun god fruit. Like, to me, it, like, let me put my, like, Christian bias to the side, right? Let me put it to the side. And which I did before, you know, I found Christ. At the end of the day, it still depends on sun god Nika, you know? Like, the biggest reveal about Luffy is that he had the sun god fruit. And they wiped out the sun god. It seems to me that, like, you have to have, like, some personal, like, trauma. Like, I'm talking in real life, right? You have to have like some religious trauma. Maybe like you had like a Christian relative or like a religious relative, a religious friend or something, and you see the hypocrisy. Like maybe your dad or your mom was like a Christian, but like they were hypocritical Christians. They didn't really spread love. And now you hate religion. So now you're willing to deny that One Piece is religious. Like that's my theory, right? For why people would deny that One Piece as a gigantic religious inspiration. Like it's probably like you on like an emotional level, you have like this trauma, you have like this hatred, you have like this stigma against religion, and like that's blinding you so much that you think One Piece isn't religious. Dragon is becoming one with his couch. Dragon is becoming, yo, Dragon has the couch no me. You know me, I'm an atheist, kind of anti-religion, but One Piece is 10,000% religious. We have the Adam and Eve trees. Yeah, exactly. Like you, bro, you could, like, if you're being, and I don't want to stay too long on this topic. I do want to get back to the spoilers, but like, come on, chat, let's just be honest. Even if you hate religion, it's very, very, very clear that this story depends on religion. It's like the main point of the story. And obviously, a lot of people abuse religion. We see so many Christians, like for an example, right? I've been cracking down on Nick Fuentes for an example, because there are certain things that Nick Fuentes says that I'm like, bro, that is one I 100% agree with you. But then there's other things that Nick Fuentes says and does, and I'm like, bro, that Nick Fuentes, that is not Christian behavior, and you're a part of the reason why people hate Christians and why people hate religion. You could sometimes you could be a terrible representative, and to be honest, I don't think Christians should be representative of Christianity. I think Jesus should be representative of Christianity, not Christians. I don't think someone in a group should represent the group, because that's like saying, oh, this guy that was LGBTQ and he did something, he was a diddler. Yeah, he represents LGBTQ. That would be unfair, right? Or like, let's say a black person, right? Shot up the block, right? He spins the block. Does he represent black people? I don't think individual people should represent a whole group. I don't think that's a good idea in like in most, like 90% of scenarios. I don't think that's a good scenario. That's a good, it's a good idea. Same thing with religion. And Christians have abused the faith. I've seen it myself. It infuriates me when I see Christians act out of character, when Christians act out of our belief system. Chat, it pisses me off to no end. So I don't want you guys to ever think like, oh, he only hates atheists. I don't hate anybody. I just hate behavior. He hates atheists. He hates Muslims. Bro, you guys should see how I'm Ask Dawn of Ascension. Dawn of Ascension. Testify right now, true or false, call me out if I'm lying. Have I not cracked down on Christians for their terrible behavior sometimes? Nick Fuentes, I didn't know you watched him. Yeah, he got good point. He has some good points, but some crazy. Yeah, some of the things Nick Fuentes says, in my opinion, is just straight trash. That, like, I saw him the other day. I gotta get back to the spoilers. Chat, we're gonna get back to the spoilers, I promise. But one last thing. I saw him tweet the other day. It was like a few days ago. He was like, yeah, I'm the only one that's like J woke Christian. Like, he had like all these titles, and I'm commenting down below. I commented down below. I'm like, bro, remove Christian, and yeah, you're right. And people were agreeing. Like, some of the things he says and does, I'm just wondering, like, how would you? Because you, at some point, you have to draw the line, okay? When you say certain things and you believe certain things, like, that's completely anti-religion, anti-Christian. It's just like, all right, you've crossed the line, man. Approach the idea that 99% of Jews are just normal religious people too. We've went over this. See, if I run away from that, you and other people, maybe not you, Greg, but maybe you and other people are gonna think I'm running away from that. But I want to stay on topic with the spoilers. The thing is about Jays is that we know the people that are pushing mass immigration the most, people that run Disney pushing wokeism, the people that own and run BlackRock, right? Larry Fink, the people that created Pornhub, the people that created OnlyFans, all of these like things of sin and filth and degeneracy, it's all Jays, right? And I think a lot of the time they're very cult-like. Now, I don't believe that every single Jay acts like that. Right? I don't believe every single one acts like that. Because like, for an example, right? I saw Jays yesterday that were, they were calling out Zionism, and they were saying like, Judaism is completely against Zionism. Zionism is anti-Judaism. And I'm like, all right, I get that. But, you know, I think a lot of the times it's super duper cult-like. I think like they push each other into places of power. And it could be very difficult to deal with, especially with how the history of Judaism and Christianity goes. When you look at how people were hunted down, when you look at how they don't, I don't want to get deeper on that, okay? Dawn is evil's clone forcing you to type this. Yeah, I paid Dawn of Ascension to make me look good. Those mega pastors are devils. Yeah, like, for an example, John Hagee. John Hagee's the kind of dude that would rather, like, if he had, like, he does have a Twitter account, right? He to me is like one of those guys that would rather have an Israeli flag in his name instead of a cross. Then you have Joel Osteen, who is just exploiting believers with this whole prosperity gospel. Like, hey, give money to our church. Give money to our church, guys. And if you give us money, God will bless you. Literally just farming believers. Just remember that majority of the 1% are Jays, but not all Jays are part of the 1%. Wait, what? Just remember that the majority of Jays, or the majority of 1% of the 1% are Jays, but not all Jays are part of the 1%. Yeah, that's what it is. We got the Adam and Eve trees, and Lilith is Elbath Babylon. Guys, if Babylon, like the kingdom, the nation of Babylon, was in One Piece, what nation would it be? All right, guys, let's continue. Yeah, Jacob, I did know that. I made a video about that a few months ago on my other channel. Because you guys see how, like, white people get a lot of hate. Like, people really hate they hate white people a lot. And they say that white people have to carry ancestral guilt for things like slavery. But wait a second. 1% of white people had slaves, but then over 45% of Jays had slaves. And all the ships from Africa to America were owned by Jays. All the anti-white books that you see in like Walmart and Target and Amazon, they're all by Jays. See, so like when we talk about these facts, you should try to see where people are coming from, you know, but that's not to say that we hate people. Like I talked about this, was it last stream or the one before? I think we need to hate behavior, hate sin, and try not to hate the person. Like, this whole anti-white thing is just completely ridiculous in my opinion. Because if you flipped that and you put black, it's completely wrong. J, it's completely wrong. But then it's okay to like bash white people. Oh, they don't even season their food. Right? Even with jokes like that, right? Because if you made a joke about white people saying they don't season their food and they don't know how to dress, they can't rap, stuff like that. Like, that's funny, that's okay. But then if you make a joke about another race, now it's wrong. See? And who does that? Who's the one that pushes that? You know who. But anyways, chat, anyways, you guys know me. We'll be going on forever and ever if I don't stop. Let's get back to the spoilers. The Giants will give the Straw Hat crew a school tour. While Robin, Saul, Chopper, Lilith, and Bonnie go up to the Owl Library. We see the outside of the school building that looks similar to the Owl Library. Guys, our theory is going to come true. Post One Piece, epilogue One Piece, post Final War, Robin is going to be a school teacher. Robin is going to be a school teacher, chat. And I bet some of you sickos, I know Eli, L, Smokey, you guys are going to put on some glasses. You guys are going to put on your specs. You're going to put on your school uniform. And you're going to try to show up to this school. You're going to try to show up to this library. You're going to show up to Elbaf and try to say, Mrs. Robin, Mrs. Nico, I want to enroll in your class, teacher. Chilling and talking about things like it's a good stream, no worries. Yeah, bro, in this stream, man, look, in this stream, I tell you guys, we got freedom of speech. You guys say whatever you want, as long as it's not some stuff like grape, like threats and stuff like that. All right, that's just kind of crossing the line. But other than that, chat, if you guys say something that I completely disagree with, no one's going to time you out and ban you. That's such a lame stream that, like, to me, like, if I was a consumer, right? It's so garbage to have like heavy censorship. So you guys, if you guys say something that like you completely disagree with me on, I'm not going to ban you or time you out or whatever. Evil, I find out now, or evil, I find out not now. I think you meant now. I found out now that you were based like this. Or I didn't know you were based like this. Hey, you got to be based too. If you think I'm based, then you're even more based. I will time you out for slurs. Yeah, maybe not slurs, guys. Because we need the free speech, but like at the same time, we need to draw lines. It's just like, I think most of the time, censorship is just way too heavy. I won't go for studies in Robin's class. Of course you won't. Smokey said, say less. All you had to do is say Robin's a teacher. All right, guys, if Robin was a teacher, who here is gonna cosplay as a student? If you guys know that Robin is a teacher at the Owl Library of Elbaf, would you guys cosplay as a student? Fox said, I'll be too distracted in Robin's class. You sicko, man. Look at all these thirsty men in the stream chat. Thirsty men. Smokey said, I will absolutely attend a class taught by Robin. I don't think you guys are there to learn. L said 1. What do you mean me, Dawn of Ascension? What do you mean me? Hey teacher, I've got my pencil ready. Bruh.
Oh my god, bro.
You've got your pencil ready, Mrs. Robin? Certainly not a man, but yes. Hey, Maya, if you swing that way, then you swing that way. Perfect attendance by me. Me, and I'm gonna be her favorite. That's my wife. Hey, if you want to be Robin's favorite and have Robin be your wife, if you want to be her husband, you need to compete with someone like Eli. Where's Pokemon Red? Because Eli, every single stream, we could just not even be mentioning Robin. The chapter could have nothing to do with Robin. You'll see that man Eli going hard for Robin in the chat. You should hear me yelling at the kids, pick that up or you get written up. Greg, did you say that you're a teacher in a university? If you don't want to get personal and like answer that, that's okay, Greg. But if you don't mind, I was curious. What age level or like what age group do you teach for, Greg? If you don't want to answer that, I understand, but I was just curious. If Robin is the teacher, I'ma be the principal. Jordan. Nah, bro. Robin would have to be like the principal or something. The university was during my master's. I teach middle school. Oh, dude. Isn't middle school like the worst? I heard teaching middle school students are like the worst because like they're older and like they're like more rebellious than like a super little kid. You know? Is that true? It's rough. Maya would be there to learn from Robin. Yeah, right. I don't swing that way. I just want to see my girl Robin. For sure, the only time I'd be raising my hand up in class. Dawn of Ascension, what are you trying to say? Guys, apparently Dawn of Ascension swings that way with Robin. What's good, Lucas? We got our boy Luke, MMA fighter, future UFC fighter, future lightweight champion, Lucas. Straw Hat Crew meet some giant kids playing near Warrior Spring before going to the school tour. Usopp asks them if they also intend on sailing one day to live adventures and fight some ruffians. But someone answers Usopp that this is not the trend anymore. Ooh, Usopp, you got shot down. See, Usopp and Sanji are king of the L's. Guys, who are king of L's? King of the L. King of the L's. Who is it, chat? I have to say it's Sanji and Usopp. The kings of taking L's. Usopp just can't catch a break, man. His last break was Dressrosa. Zoro says, that came from an adult just now. Usopp says, what do you mean with that? What do you mean by that? Giant kids say, you better get out of the way or just wait to be scolded. You are right on top of Ripley sensei. Who's Ripley, the teacher? Sanji, for real? L is the king of L's? Yeah, L is the king of L's. L, you're an L, bro. L is the real St. Charlos. He's projecting when he calls me Charlos. Usopp is the king of spinning an L into a W. I don't know. I almost feel like Sanji could be the king of that. Because we see a lot of times throughout the arcs, Sanji takes a fat L, then he turns it around and he makes a super MVP play. You know? When has Usopp done that? I guess Dressrosa. Simp G. Yo, Nathan, is that what we call him now? Simp G? Dude, I'm reminded I had the thought along cannibalism theory researching about the practice of symbolically eating the flesh of Christ and drinking the blood. Bro! How have I not thought of that? Wait, if the giants are like cannibalistic or man-eaters, does that tie into the Eucharist? Take, eat, this is my body. Drink, this is my blood. Wait, whoa, because the Elbaf is the same arc that worships the sun god, the Nika. So if they have some kind of tradition of eating things or eating people or eating something with blood, that ties into the Eucharist. Bro, how did that not cross my mind? Yo, Greg, bro.
Let him cook. Let him cook now.
Yo, King J and Johan, I know that you guys are saying, I know that I always say that you guys are the top chefs, but I don't know, man. King J, Johan, you guys need to watch out for Greg. This man has just been going berserk lately, bro. Yo, I love that theory. We're going to see some giants eating people or eating humans are eating something, the whole blood thing. And that's going to be like how we, in the Eucharist, Holy Communion, we eat the flesh of Christ, drink the blood. This man. Imagine Emu putting sleeper cells of all his powers in the people across the world by having them eat small bits. Bro, cannibalism. And we got Big Mom to foreshadow that. We discover that during the conversation with the giant kids, Luffy and Usopp have been standing on top of Ripley's body that is lying on the floor. Luffy is on top of Ripley's breast, like how he met Shirahoshi. Ripley is a beautiful giant warrior with a lion tattoo in her face. And she is the biology teacher in Walrus Academy. Usopp says, "We are stepping on a giant, sorry." Ripley says, "Ha ha ha, don't worry about it. Not like it's heavy. That aside, you are surprised, right? Elbaf warriors wreaking havoc across the world, that's 100 years ago. This is not the era of violence, plundering, or war anymore." Ripley explains that giant kids in Walrus Academy are more polite and peaceful compared to other kids in Elbaf because the school follows the will of the late King Harold. Guys, I'm with Greg if we do think the same thing, because I know he's on the man-eating giants agenda. I know he's on the cannibalistic giants agenda, but I think Loki ate the heart of King Harold. When they say that Loki killed the king and grabbed the fruit because of it, I believe it's because Loki is a giant, cannibalistic. There's cannibalistic giants on Elbaf. It ties directly into Norse mythology. He ate the heart of King Harold, and that's how Loki absorbed the devil fruit. This will be foreshadowed by Big Mom eating caramel to get Caramel's devil fruit, and it would be foreshadowed by Blackbeard eating Whitebeard's heart to get the Gura Gura no Mi. And shout out to Greg. Greg is the spearhead of this theory. Cannibalistic giants on Elbaf. Man-eating giants on Elbaf. He is the king of this theory. He is the precursor. He is the founder and CEO. There's also cannibalistic giants in Greek mythology. Perfect sense in the story right now to reveal how Blackbeard got the power. Exactly. Dude, I think the great segue, like, let's say that theory is correct. Let's just play devil's advocate right now. Let's say that the theory is true. Blackbeard ate Whitebeard's heart, and that's how he got the Gura Gura no Mi. I think how Oda's gonna like reveal this or portray this is possible, or even hint more towards that, is if Oda can directly say that Loki ate King Harold's heart. Oh, Loki put his fist through King Harold, pulled the heart out and ate it. And then that's like, okay, there's cannibalistic giants in Elbaf. That's probably how Big Mom got Mother Carmel's fruit. And that's probably what Blackbeard did to Whitebeard, eating the heart, eating the person. And shout out to Greg, guys. Greg pushed this agenda. Greg created this theory, guys. He showcased it on our birthday stream. Greg says, in Norse mythology, the heart is the mind stone. So if devil fruits are intertwined with your DNA and intertwined with your heart, because like the heart is like the core of your body. They even say that your emotions and how you feel and stuff like that, it comes from your heart. So like if you speak holiness, if you speak good, or if you speak evil, that comes from your heart. You got to protect your heart. You got to guard your heart. Nami and Usopp are the first to encounter Broggy in Little Garden. They'll be the first ones to encounter Suitor, or a cannibalistic giant.
Let him cook. Let him cook now.
Man, I still think Suitor in Norse mythology is gonna play into Loki. I think if there's this big bad of Elbaf, and they're the precursor, they're the progenitor to the Ragnarok war on Elbaf, I think that character is Loki. Suitor brings about Ragnarok. I think Loki's gonna be that Suitor, man. Look at how all the giants, they needed all the giants to restrain Loki, to lock him up, to lock Loki up in chains. They needed all the giants. So clearly this dude's very powerful. And Would he start a war? I don't think that's far-fetched. I think the idea of suitor in Norse mythology is gonna be pumped. It's gonna be placed right into Loki in One Piece. Suitor will swing the sword to destroy Valhalla and bring about Ragnarok. And guys, with a answer in the chat, 1 yes, 2 no. Do you guys believe that Loki in One Piece has a sword? Because in his reveal, where we saw him, the big page, it was like a double page, when he was chained up, it almost looks like there's a sword on his back. Do you guys believe that Loki has a sword? Oh, yeah, that's true. Wait, that's true, Smokey. There is the big sword that we saw recently. We saw that big sword near the Yggdrasil tree. I forgot about that. I totally forgot about that. Was that the second to last chapter that we saw it? I don't remember if it was I think it was the chapter before the last one. I think it was 1132. That big sword is Suitor's sword. No, it wasn't 1132. Was it? Did I skip it? Oh yeah, you can see it right here. But I remember I was thinking of a different panel. So this sword right here. But wait, guys, my thing is like, whoever wields this sword, wouldn't they have to be like uber giant? Because even the giants on Elbaf would still seem small to this sword. Because look at this house, right? Wouldn't the giant wielding this sword have to be like extremely tall? Look at the house right here. You see the house? Even if you were a giant, you'd probably be like, what, this tall or something? Like this tall? That's still really short compared to the sword. So wouldn't you have to be like crazy, crazy tall? Guys, what chapter was it where we see the sword better? It might be 1131. There's like a better angle where they showed the tree and you can see the sword better. It might, yeah, I think it's 1131. Look, like right here, a giant would have to be like a uber crazy insane giant to wield that. Because even the giants we see on Elbaf, yes, they're tall, but if you compare them to the sword, they would be like a fraction of the sword. You know? Wait, the spoilers are right here. It's half the size of the tree. It'd be Titan size. Yeah. So where would that person come from? Unless it's like what someone said in chat, Mind Hacks, what's good, brother? Maybe there's a giant who has a Titan fruit and that could be foreshadowed. Guys, isn't there a giant in One Piece that has a fruit that can make them bigger? Or am I hallucinating? Isn't there a giant in One Piece who has a fruit to make them bigger? It's 1000%. Yeah, I was thinking San Juan Wolf. Yes, that's what I was thinking. San Juan. So maybe San Juan being a giant who has a fruit to make him bigger. Maybe that's foreshadowing someone on Elbaf, a giant, having a fruit that makes him bigger. So it'd be like two characters that have fruits that make them bigger while they are a giant. So there would be a character in Elbaf, again, a giant that has a fruit to make him bigger. And then he would wield that sword right there. Can you go over the spoilers one more time? I'll have to speedrun it. Chapter starts with where the last one ended. Luffy officially thanks Saul for helping Robin while extending his hand to greet Saul. Luffy says, Saul-o-san, I understand that one of my underlings has been under your care. You have my appreciation. Allow me to introduce myself. Luffy is using the Yakuza way of speaking, so everyone is amused because they have no idea where Luffy learned those words. Sanji says, where did you even learn that from? Luffy says, please give us. Robin interrupting Luffy's speech. This is Luffy. Saul says, Didi. I know, Luffy's a big name. You have met good friends, Robin. You have finally found them, right? Robin says, yes, the Nakama who will protect someone like me. All Straw Hat crew, except Luffy, Zoro, and Jinbei, start crying again, thinking that they will protect Robin forever. Saul thanks everyone for protecting Robin. Lilith introduces herself to Saul as Vegapunk. She and Bonnie travel too with the Straw Hat crew and Gerd in the Zval, the ship. Then Lilith asks Jinbei to take out the Zval, one of the machine boxes that she brought from Egghead. Gerd helps Jinbei taking it out. The box is sealed with a capsule with Vega sticker attached to it. Jinbei says, we carried it out of Egghead based on Vegapunk's instructions. What is inside? Lilith said, it's me. Luffy's in shock. Vegapunk's clone? Lilith says, that's right. Unlike us satellites, this is a complete replicate. This Vegapunk was the one who visited Elbaf 20 years ago. The government would naturally start to have suspicions if Stella just up and left his labo phase for several months, right? We have managed to get it out by putting it in the nutrient medium, but we lack the machinery to bring it out of the box safely. Lilith says she's going to stay in Elbaf and build a new laboratory to revive Vegapunk with this clone body and also to cure Kuma. Bonnie is very excited to hear that. The Giants will give the Straw Hat crew a school tour with Robin, Saul, Chopper, Lilith, and Bonnie. They're going up to the Owl Library. We see the outside of the school building that looks similar to the Owl Library. Straw Hat crew meets with the giant kids playing near the Warrior Spring before going to the school tour. Usopp asks them if they also intend on sailing one day to live adventures and fight some ruffians, but some answers to Usopp that it is not the trend anymore. Zoro says, that came from an adult just now. Usopp says, what do you mean with that? Giant kids say, you better get out of the way or just wait to be scolded. You are right on top of Ripley sensei. We discover that the conversation with the giant kids, Luffy and Usopp, have been standing on top of Ripley's body that is lying on the floor. Luffy is on top of Ripley's breast, when he met Shirahoshi. Ripley is a beautiful giant warrior with a lion tattoo on her face, and she is the biology teacher in Walrus Academy. Usopp says, we're stepping on a giant. Sorry. Ripley says, ah ha ha ha, don't worry about it. Not like it's heavy. That aside, you're surprised, right? Elbaf warriors wreaking havoc across the world, that's 100 years ago. This is not the era of violence, plundering, or war anymore. Ripley explains that giant kids in Walrus Academy are more polite and peaceful compared to other kids in Elbaf because the school follows the will of late King Harold. King Harold wanted Elbaf to become a peaceful nation that does trades and negotiations instead of war. That's why he didn't get along with the elders of Elbaf villages. After King Harold was killed by his own son, Elbaf has no king. And that's where we're at right now. And guys, Mr. Smokey Sensei, Smokey Wong Woki with the hundo. $100 super chat, guys. Let's get some W Smokies. Let's get some salutes in the chat. Maybe San Juan Wolf and the Blackbeard Pirates come to Elbaf. And maybe the sword is special, and the Blackbeard Pirates steal it, and San Juan Wolf swings the sword with his Devil Fruit power. He should be able to also Pizarro's Island Man, Pizarro Island Man can take control of Elbaf, form a hand, and swing the sword. Hey, that again. Smokey, you're on the same wavelength as Greg, because Greg was saying that I think it's because of Jack and the Beanstalk. Greg, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he said in Jack and the Beanstalk, someone like knocks the tree, someone like cuts the tree down, they cut a branch down and a giant falls off the tree and dies. So if you think that San Juan Wolf and the Blackbeard Pirates go to Elbaf and San Juan Wolf grabs the sword on the island by the tree, he can cut the sword or cut the tree, cut a branch, and people fall down and die. That would tie into Greg's theory, that ties into Norse mythology, that ties into Jack and the Beanstalk. And shout out to Greg, Smokey, shout out to you. God bless you, bro. Thank you so much for the big Uber super chat. Greg just said, yeah, that's the ending of Jack and the Beanstalk. So again, Smokey, you might be right. Maybe San Juan Wolf, the Blackbeard Pirates, they come to Elbaf. there's a huge war, Ragnarok war. Sandwon Wolf becomes bigger. He grabs the sword. He cuts the tree. That parallels Jack and the Beanstalk. The tree falls. People die. Great theory, Smokey. Great theory, bro. I like it. So for me, Smokey, I think it's either Sandwon Wolf or someone on Elbaf, possibly Loki. And King J raised a great point. There is that giant sword on Onigashima. You guys remember the giant sword on Onigashima? That amounted to nothing. It didn't come to fruition. You guys remember that? A lot of us, I think I've mentioned it on videos. I've definitely mentioned it on stream a million times. That giant sword, it didn't amount to anything. Maybe that was the sword of Joy Boy. I can't find a panel of it. I said it last stream, they're likely connected. Yeah. I agree with that notion. If there's a giant sword on Onigashima, and we know that Onigashima has ties to Joy Boy, then there's a giant sword on Elbaf, and we know that Elbaf has ties to Nika, then you could easily tie them together. But I don't think I have a picture of it. Joy Boy wasn't a giant? Guys, was Joy Boy a giant? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Look, this sword right here. This sword. Was this Joy Boy's sword? Is that related to the sword we see on Elbaf? But now that I'm thinking about it, isn't this sword, because like look at the statue, right? Look at the statue and look at this little hut. Isn't this sword like way smaller than the one on Elbaf? Look, this sword, because look at the, dang, we had the panel up before. We saw the sword and we saw a house. Look, like right here, chat. Isn't the sword of Elbaf, look at how tall it is. You can see how the length is going down here. Look, you see the length? You can see the sword right here. Isn't the Elbaf sword way taller than the Wano one? 2, Nika was? Nika was a giant? I don't know, man, because the Nika, like, when you think of Nika, right? With Luffy doing the Nika pose, Nika doesn't really seem like a giant. And when Luffy did that pose, I don't think Luffy was in his Nika design yet. I almost want to lean towards Luffy, or I want to lean towards Joy Boy being a giant, but not Nika. Look, when Luffy did this, Luffy was not in his giant form. This was at the very beginning. He wasn't in his giant form. And why that matters is because it parallels this. So I kind of want to lean towards the idea that Nika isn't a giant because of the silhouette. Maybe Oda can make it work. Maybe Nika could become a giant because of the fruit, but he himself is not. But I don't know, chat. I kind of want to lean towards Joy Boy being a giant, not Nika. Joy Boy didn't seem that big compared to Emeth. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point as well. I keep forgetting we saw the Joy Boy silhouette. What chapter was that again, guys? What chapter was the Joy Boy silhouette? That's actually insane, bro. We have a Joy Boy silhouette. Dude, I'm so used to not knowing what Joy Boy looks like that I forgot we have a silhouette now. Does anyone know what chapter that was? It wasn't that long ago. Was it like 29? It was like 29, 28, or maybe 30. 22? It was 22? It was that long ago? The Joy Boy silhouette was 20? Nah, no way, because this was back in August. The Joy Boy, oh, it was 22. Bro, what? It was that long ago already? Because 11/22 was in August. Bro, it's been that long already? Chat, time is flying by way too quick, man. Yeah. Oof, chat. I don't know about the argument about Joy Boy being a giant. Time does pass fast. Joy Boy is a buccaneer? I don't know. He doesn't even seem like a buccaneer here. Like, if he was a buccaneer here, I feel like he'd be a little bit taller. Nika users can grow. Yeah, but like, if we talk about Nika users growing, it feels kind of unfair to call them a giant. Because like, we're not going to call Luffy a giant, but he has the Nika fruit. He's a Nika user and he can grow, but we don't call Luffy a giant. You know, so it feels kind of like, it just feels kind of unfair to say like, yeah, he's a giant because of the fruit. Like, was good, Amuni. Amuni, I just ran through the spoilers. I refreshed for people that weren't here. Unfortunately, Amuni, I'm not going to do it again, but what you could do, Amuni, is rewind the stream and play it at 2x speed. We're not that far into the spoilers. I think, actually, we might be like halfway. I think Joy Boy was, but what's good, Amuni? I think Joy Boy was once an emu ally, but betrayed him like Lily, making him a fallen angel. I think, guys, who do you think betrayed the other one? Do you think Emu betrayed Joy Boy? Or do you think Joy Boy betrayed Emu? I think Emu betrayed Joy Boy. I think Emu will be a mix. Obviously, Umibozu, probably Ravana from Hinduism. But I think in terms of Christianity, I think Emu, he could be a Judas mixed with Satan. So I think like Emu betrayed Joy Boy. Emu was like a Judas, but at the same time, it's possible that someone betrayed Joy Boy of the past, but they're not going to be Emu, you know? Because I definitely put the credence. I put credence. I think there's a lot of arguments that Emu is based on Satan, Lucifer, but like Emu doesn't necessarily have to be Joy Boy, because think about it this way: Judas betrayed Jesus, but Judas didn't kill Jesus. It was the Jews and the Romans. So like when you read through the Gospels, look, I'll put it this way, right? When you read through the Gospels and you see how Jesus was sent to Pontius Pilate, he was sent to Pilate. Jesus said, you wouldn't be able to, I have to paraphrase it, but he said you wouldn't be able to do anything to me. No, because Pontius Pilate said, Jesus, I have you now. Why are you ignoring me? Why are you not answering me? You're ignoring me. And Jesus said, well, and Pontius was like, you're ignoring me when I have the ability to either free you. Jesus, I can either free you or I can condemn you. And you're going to ignore me because Jesus wasn't responding to him. And then Jesus responds and he says, you wouldn't have had this power if it wasn't given to you by those who delivered me to you. And I mean, like, look at what happened. They literally said, Jesus and the apostles, the disciples literally said that the Jews delivered Jesus to Pontius Pilate. The Jews delivered him to Pilate. And I mean, just look at the context. They grabbed him and they brought him to the Romans. So, if we're talking about Emu being Judas, then it's kind of weird because that would mean that Emu betrayed Joy Boy to bring Joy Boy to himself. Because like Emu, like I think we all agree that when Joy Boy was being killed, when Nika was being killed, the leader of the opposition was Emu, right? I think we all agree, right? When Joy Boy was captured and exiled and killed, when that whole thing went down with Joy Boy, right? We agree Emu is leading that, right? So if you think Joy Boy, or if you think Emu plays Judas because Emu betrayed Joy Boy, wouldn't that mean that Emu betrayed Joy Boy to himself? You get what I'm saying, chat? How do you read Bible if you have low attention span? Well, I think that the point of reading the Bible is that's how you learn about God. Right? You can't just walk around and be like, yeah, I think God is this. I think God does that. It doesn't work like that. So if you have the excitement and you have the desire to learn God, learn about Jesus, you would want to read the Gospels. And the Gospels aren't even that boring. I think like the thing is when people want to read and learn about God and learn about Jesus, They start in the Old Testament, which is like a lot of history. There's not that much about Jesus there aside from like prophecies. I think if you want to learn about Jesus, go to the Gospels, because that's literally Jesus, right? We see what happened when he was born, what King Herod did. He was killing all the babies, Jesus's birth, Mother Mary, Jesus growing up. He was 12 lecturing at the synagogues. If you want to learn about Jesus, read the Gospels. It's pretty action packed. You get like with the Gospels, is it Mark? I think in the Gospel of Mark, they jump into the Sermon on the Mount right away, which is like Jesus's most famous speech, his most famous lecture, their Sermon on the Mount. And psychologists and historians and I'm trying to think of the career field. I can't think of the career field, but they analyzed Jesus's teachings on the Sermon on the Mount, and they will tell you that like, yeah, they don't think Jesus is God, but they will tell you simultaneously that Jesus's lectures, what he taught at the Sermon on the Mount, is far beyond anyone back in the day and even nowadays. Like if people held the teachings and held the belief system and the how you interact with society, like how Jesus did, if they hold it nowadays, they would be applauded, right? But wait, Jesus did that 2,000 years ago. Did you see they made it into a comic? Yeah, he did. Hirohito came to power on December 25th. That would be a good allegory to the birth of Jesus. Yeah, that would. I want to actually clear something up before we get back to the spoilers. A lot of people say that Christmas is a pagan holiday. That's completely like our word. That's completely stupid. Hanukkah, right? We know that Jesus celebrated Hanukkah, okay? The days that Hanukkah would be celebrated on, which Hanukkah was the celebration of the light, those like that range would land on December 25th, right? We know that Jews, when Jesus was sent to them, they converted from, I guess, Judaism, in a sense, if you want to pitch it like that. They converted from Jews to Christians, and they needed a holiday to celebrate Jesus. So they looked at Hanukkah, being that they celebrate light in Hanukkah. It's a celebration of lights, and we know that God is light. We know that Jesus is God. Jesus is light, and Jesus brings light into you. So they're like, okay, how about we take Hanukkah, since it's a celebration of light and it lands on these days, let's pick a day, and they pick 25th, which lands during the range of Hanukkah. This idea that they got it from pagans is ridiculous. I think like the whole idea that like Christians took it from which like if you think about it, the context of Christians taking it from pagans is just that makes no sense. Christians and Jews, they had a lot of disdain to pagans. So why would they be like, hey, let's take something from the pagans? That makes no sense. That doesn't line up with how those people back in the day lived at all. It's completely ridiculous. But yeah, the reason why they celebrate Jesus's birth on the 25th is because Hanukkah is a celebration of light. God and Jesus is light, and that range of Hanukkah has the 25th within it. So they chose a day within that range, and they chose the 25th. It could have been the 24th. It could have been the 23rd. They chose the 25th. Evil Eddie banger incoming, read the rest. All right guys, let's get back. I just had to clear up that pagan thing. It's completely stupid. I think it's the work of the devil to get people to not celebrate the birth of Jesus. It's not quite true. Pagan traditions like All Hallows Day got appropriated by early Christians in the United States to convert people. You know, Halloween. Yeah, but I'm talking about Christmas specifically. They got it from the Jews because they were Jews, right? They wouldn't want to follow and live like pagans. And the whole like concept of Christmas came from the Jews. It came from the Christians. Like, I don't think people infiltrated to do that. Some people say the comic Bible thing is disrespectful, so I don't know how to read it. I don't know. I haven't read it. I haven't read the comic Bible. I haven't read it, so I don't know what to say, dude. I suggest just reading the Bible, just because if you want to learn about Jesus, which is like a big purpose, like most people, when they want to read the Bible and learn about God, if they want to jump in, they more than likely want to learn about Jesus. And to learn about Jesus, the best way is the Gospels. Then you could read the New Testament, like the epistles of John. There's like what, 3 of them? You could read the epistles of Paul, because the apostles were filled with the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit guided them in their epistles, in their letters, which are like the books of the New Testament. That's another great way. People's argument is that it's because Moser of the wealthy of that time were pagan. I'm not trying to side with them, but you crucify me. I mean, again, like you have to put your mind into what their minds were at, right? The Jews and the pagans, they did not get along. The Christians and the pagans, they did not get along, right? That's just the fact of the matter. Trying to argue that they were like, you know what? Let's go take their traditions and do it, like that just doesn't make any sense. And like, even if I gave like some leeway and I was like, fine, even though they despised pagans and all of their traditions and they took it anyways, even if I gave you that leeway, when people celebrate Christmas right now, they're not celebrating for a pagan god or whatever. They're probably celebrating for Jesus. So, you know, and I think this whole thing of like, oh, on April 4th, this deity died. Oh, on March 1st, this deity was born. Like, isn't there so many deities and so many gods that land on like every single day of the year? So I feel like if they chose the birth of Jesus, which you should celebrate on any day of the year, it doesn't even matter what day. There's probably a deity that like died, or they were said to be resurrected. Scroll back up, back to spoilers. Nika, maybe Emer parallel. I don't know what is Emer. What's good, Willow Dreams? Sacrificed or killed to be torn apart and make the world with his clouds. Man, I'm telling you, I'm just, guys, if you're looking from Norse mythology from me, I'm not gonna lie, I'm like the worst source. You guys got to go to Johan, go to Smokey, go to Greg. I'm not sharp on my Norse mythology. Where are we at? Okay, we were right here. Ripley says she's from the last generation of warriors, so she would have loved to see Luffy's white form. According to Elbaf, oh wait, how does she know about Luffy's white form? Did someone tell her? You're missing some of the spoilers. Stay focused. Yeah, but you have to understand, I'm interacting with the chat, right? Jordan, if I don't read your chat messages, you get mad because I'm ignoring you. If I don't read your chat messages, you get mad because this streamer is ignoring the chat. Oh my gosh, this streamer is ignoring me, right? If I don't read the chat, if I don't respond to the chat or respond to questions, or if someone wants to make a point and I don't respond to it, people say like, look, he's running away. He's avoiding the question. He's avoiding my point. So it's like, okay, do I respond? And then people are mad that I'm not talking about the spoilers? Or do I not respond, read the spoilers, and then people are mad I'm not talking to chat? I think like this is very like elementary. Like even as a viewer, I knew about this concept. I don't think it's rocket science. I think like a 7-year-old could understand that. Like either I read the spoilers or I read the chat, right? Maybe she saw Luffy's wanted poster, Shanks key. Oh, that's true. Bro, I like these, bro, there's certain like, there's like these certain details in One Piece that like you forget, bro. Not like forget overall, but like you'll be talking about a theory, you'll be trying to make a point about something, you'll be talking about Nika, Joy Boy, and then you forget like this one detail. That's why sometimes, guys, when you make a theory, you have to make bullet points. You have to make bullet points, and like let's say for an example, right? You guys wanted to make a Joy Boy theory. You have to literally sit there and make every bullet point about all the details we know about Joy Boy. Because if you miss one bullet point and your theory is crumbled because of that one bullet point you missed, like that's your fault. And we're so far into One Piece, bro. We're literally 1,100 chapters into the story. It could be difficult trying to remember every single point. Was she at the bar when Shanks was there? Shanks keeps a wanted poster of Luffy, so he may have showed her, or Dory and Broggy told her. So Smokey, earlier in these spoilers, they mentioned that Luffy's famous, right? Didn't they say towards the beginning of the chapter that Luffy's famous, that Luffy's known? And I think they've mentioned it before already. So the possibility that people on Elbaf have a wanted poster of Luffy, and that they heard of Luffy being Nika, white form, I think that's actually, like, I don't think, like, that's strange if he's famous, right? Saul mentioned it. Jordan, I appreciate it, bro. I appreciate it. Thank you for looking out, bro. Surely not Nika? What do you mean, surely not Nika? They don't know yet? You don't... Chat, do you guys think that they know Luffy is Nika or has the Nika fruit, however you want to word that? Do you guys think they know Luffy's connection to Nika yet? I think they do. I think they do know the connection between Luffy and Nika. I mean, like, even look at the end of Egghead, Dory and Broggy. They were talking about how Luffy is in the Nika form, right? Remember, they were saying like, oh, you're Nika, you're all white. It's like when Joy Boy went to Elbaf. When we saw Joy Boy, he had rubber abilities. He reminded us of Nika. So they knew that Joy Boy had something to do with Nika, possibly the fruit. And then they were talking about Joy Boy, or they're talking about Nika, Luffy. They're talking about him being all white. Intentionally baiting him to talk about that is just garbage behavior. Oh no, chat. Chat. You guys got King J pissed off. You guys better watch out. You guys don't want to deal with an angry King J, man. And guys, if you don't like my anger, you guys better repent. Joy Boy, or yeah, Joy Boy. King J is Joy Boy. Guys, don't piss off Joy Boy. He's gonna smack you guys with that banhammer. Dorian Broggy said the appearance is similar to our god. Yeah, they compared Joy Boy to Nika. So like, they know about the rubber, they know about the whiteness, whiteness, and now they're talking about Luffy. What's good, Simon? Simon says, be a Sigma male. L with the 2. God bless you, L. Ripley a Valkyrie? Hey, Ripley could be a Valkyrie. She could be a giant Valkyrie. Because, like, again, like, we're on Elbaf, right? There's giants everywhere. There's Valkyries everywhere. Her being a Valkyrie, that's straightforward. She could be. But L, if you really need the answer, I think we need the raws. We probably need the raws in the chapter. We need the panels so that we could see. Because all we know right now is that she's a giant. It's tricky though, chat, because these characters on Elbaf that wear like the outfits, you know, they have the helmets, you know, the giants, don't they technically look like Vikings? They're like Viking giants. So if they're a girl, then they'd be giant Valkyries, right? She's most, because chat, aren't these giants technically Vikings? Like, what exactly is a Viking? Someone that wears a helmet, they sail on a boat, they pillage. Because technically speaking, can't all these giants just be Vikings as well? They're just giant Vikings, basically. And Smokey with the 10. Thank you, brother. Maybe the giant, the other one who's not the one Big Mom killed, told him he's like 300, so he's old and wise. Wait. Smokey, clarify, brother. Maybe the giant told Ripley about Nika. Maybe the giant, the other one, who's not the one Big Mom killed. Wait, which giant, bro? I don't remember. I thought Big Mom killed like almost everybody. Not the one Big Mom killed, told them he's like 300, he's old and wise. I think these guys probably know about Luffy being Nika because of the wanted poster. Luffy's famous now. They said it in the spoiler somewhere. They know that Luffy's famous. Dorian Broggy have been talking about Luffy. They see his white form. Hasn't Luffy already went in his Gear 5 form on Elbaf already? There are 2 elders. Big Mom killed 1. What was the name of the other one, Smokey and King J? What was his name? Because, dude, I have no clue. There's so many giants on Elbaf, I just can't keep track, bro. I can't keep track. Redon hinted at a Valkyrie. It's most likely her. If not, it's something else. Or Redon meant another female warrior. Nah, it's probably her. Unless the long summary in the chapter shows another character. But like, if it's a random character that doesn't do anything or say anything, that seems like a lame Redon hint. Because then you would be saying that, like, if it's not Ripley, then that means Redon's hint, he posted a hint of a Valkyrie, and it's not Ripley, it's some other random girl in the background that doesn't say or do anything. Like, that seems like a weird hint. King J said the Redon hint is about the Holy Night girl. King J, a lot of people think this idea that Redon hinted the Holy Night girl, they think it's the hint, the gif about the person with the hood. That's what people are thinking. Overwatch is better, bro. Why do you play Marvel? I like Marvel more right now just because it's Marvel, you know? Spider-Man, the Hulk, Iron Man. I really like the theme. Valkyries are an elite squad of the personal army. Thank you, Will of Dreams. Thank you for pointing that out, brother. Shout out to Will of Dreams. Will of Reams. Will of Weems. Evil, hear me out. Elbaf has a rainbow bridge, library that can gigantify books, and even Lilith mentioned that the atmosphere there is quite unique. I'm 100% convinced that Joy Boy used Awakening there. Man, King Jake, is you know where I'm going. You know what I'm about to say. When we see Long Ring Longland, we all say, oh, bro, Long Ring Longland, Joy Boy probably used his fruit there. Everything is stretched out. Everything is elongated. Remember, chat, many people, probably other YouTubers, I wouldn't put it past them. They definitely have mentioned this. Long Ring Longland, all the animals were stretched out. I think there was a horse, there was a dog. We were thinking that Long Ring Longland had its awakening used there by Joy Boy. But listen to King J, guys. What if the reason that they like this whole Gigantify thing, of a giant bridge, giant books, maybe that has something to do with Joy Boy. Maybe it has something to do with Joy Boy. Parker D. Peter with the spider fruit. Man, I'm trying to get better with Spider-Man. I feel like with Spider-Man, if you could do really well with him, and like, I feel like his skill ceiling is really high. If you could do really well with him, I think you'll be a monster. But if you can't, you just get stomped out. Do you like transgender? Because they are so cool. I don't think anyone should be transgender. Redon could have used a Raven from Teen Titans for the Holy Night instead of using Valkyrie from Thor movies. Well, Jordan, it depends on what she looks like. I don't know if the long summary describes what she looks like. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But I think see, this is why we shouldn't bother with Redon's hints. Like his gifts, I don't think we should even bother, personally. All right, guys, let's continue. Yeah, guys, listen to Young Smokey. Don't derail the stream. Nika awakened in Elbaf, the land, and Joy Boy. Do you mean of Joy Boy or like and Joy Boy? Nika awakened in Elbaf, the land, and Joy Boy in Long Ring Long. Oh, I see what you're saying. So Nika used his awakening in Elbaf, and then Joy Boy used his awakening in Long Ring Longland. That's what you're saying? Why do you think no one should be trans? Man, I'm not getting into this discussion, bro. Chopper will awaken his devil fruit in this arc when the evil giant scientist, is that Lychee? Lychee is a devil or a deadly poison that only affects humans and small creatures to a giant standards. I have no clue what you're talking about, bro. I have no idea, man. Yo, mod, someone shut up baiters, those that are distracting. One Piece time. Hey, mod, hey, chat, you guys are getting warned, man. God made you the way you were meant to be. God don't make mistakes. That's a great point. Sorry about that spell check. Hey, bro, spell check has made me say the worst of things. I've been like wrecked by spell check so many times, man. But yeah, I like the idea that Chopper's devil fruit is something more than what it seems. What's that one? I don't remember. I think it's from Norse mythology. I don't think it's Greek mythology. There's some kind of Norse deity that's like a forest reindeer, deer kind of thing. I like that theory about or I guess for Chopper. It's funny we say stop, then they don't stop. Hey, if people get banned or timed out, that's on their own accord. Because we, Greg, Smokey, mods, we're very fair here, bro. We hardly ever ban anyone or time anyone out. Let's try to time people out for now. Let's not like pass around bans. You know, time them out. That'll be like their warning. But if they want to keep going crazy, then they're asking for a ban. Guys, let's continue. Let's continue. Where did we leave off? Ripley says she's from the last generation of warriors. So she would have loved to see Luffy's white form. According to Elbaf mythology, there was once a warrior who looked like that. So yeah, she knows about Luffy's white form. Maybe it's a bounty poster. Or someone could have told her that. Because these guys clearly love Nika, right? They worship the sun god. Like, this is clear, right? It's not really up for debate. We saw this in Big Mom's flashback. Dorian Broggy told us. Someone could have told them. Maybe they got the bounty poster. Robin, Chopper, Lilith, Bonnie, and Saul arrive to the Owl Library. Just before entering, Saul explains to Robin what happened with O'Hara's books and how he managed to get them back. Saul says, when I arrived to Elbaf, after what happened in O'Hara, I just couldn't get my mind off the records that the scholars gave their life for. So I asked Hiruden and his gang for help, and we returned to O'Hara once more. And when I saw those tiny books intact, I couldn't help but cry. Now then, let's get inside. And Robin, be careful with that book you have in your hands. Whoa, what book? What book? Robin says, oh. Chopper says, what? Suddenly, when they enter in the Owl Library, the book Robin was holding in her hands turns into giant size. The book is now bigger than Robin. Whoa. Wait. So, the Owl Library, it has some kind of devil fruit, some kind of technology. And when you enter the library, the things just instantly become gigantified? Because Robin didn't make it gigantic sized, right? Like, she can't even do that, right? It just out of her hand, like in her hand, it just poof, it became big. So what, like once you enter the library, it just automatically becomes bigger. Guys, do you think it has to do with the devil fruit, or do you guys think it has to do with technology? Saronas, yes. Shout out to Will of Dreams, bro. That's what I was thinking of. Saronas. Yeah, I think Chopper's fruit being intertwined, having something to do with that, inspiration, whatever. I think it has something to do with Saronos. It's not the specialty of the book. The library definitely has Nico Awakening. Yeah, I definitely don't think it's because, well, maybe it is because of the books. Maybe when they're making a fruit or making a book, they use some kind of fruit power in the book. Maybe it could be something like that, but I don't think it's because of Robin, right? I think we all can disagree on that. Interesting. But King J, what's weird is that the book only became gigantified when she entered the library. That's the thing. The book was normal sized, but then when she entered in it, then it became gigantified. King J says every book turns big there. Guys, do you agree with that? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Do you guys believe any book in the One Piece world, if you brought that book into the Owl Library, it becomes gigantified? Or do you guys believe it's certain books? Like they have to make the book in a certain way or do something. 1 for every single book. It could be a book from the West Blue and you bring it to the library, it becomes big. Or 2, no, you think it's certain books because of how the books are made. We got our boy Wong Wookie with the 10. God bless you, brother. The book's getting bigger is like the more fruit is the more fruit. Burned in world had like, or had from 3D to Y, also in Strong World, Mosa fruit. Yeah, I know about the Mosa fruit. We looked that up yesterday. The ninja grows big vines. Yeah, so what movie was that with the Mosa fruit? Because in that movie, I forgot which One Piece movie, there's a Mosa fruit, and Mosa is translated from grow. Mosa no Mi is the grow fruit. So maybe I don't know, maybe they used the Mosa no Mi on the library so that when you enter the library the books get bigger there. But guys, what's weird, guys, here's a question mark. There's a huge, this is very weird. Why? Okay, guys, let me demonstrate the problem. Let me demonstrate the question before you guys answer. Let me demonstrate the full problem, the full question before you guys answer. Why is it that any book from around the world, if you bring it into the library, it becomes giant, but that's only for books and it's not for humans and swords and clothes? And why is it all books? Why is it one, it has to be from any, it has to be a book, right? It doesn't matter where it's from. One, it has to be a book, not a sword, not a shield, not a shirt, not a, I don't know, a shoe. One, why does it have to be a book? And two, why does it have to be within the library? That seems very specific, because it's not like Robin became a giant. It's not like Usopp became a giant. It was a book that became gigantified, and it only became gigantified when they entered the library. What's good, Eli? Door handle, take care of yourself, man. Stay safe, bro. Door handle, don't do anything stupid, brother. And maybe you should slow down. Maybe Vegapunk, the original, implemented this when he visited Elbaf. Smokey, it seems, I don't know, it's weird. It's weird because are we saying that the complete replication of Vegapunk is the original? Because this new Stella that they mentioned in 1134, they called it a replica. So if Stella went to Ohara, aren't we technically saying that a replica went to Ohara? Because look, Lilith says that's right, unlike us satellites, this is a complete replicate. So wouldn't that mean that the original Stella died? The replicate is alive? So that would mean that the replicate was the one that did this stuff to the library. I don't know, chat, it's just weird. One, the fact that it has to be a book. Two, it could be a book from anywhere around the world. And then three, it has to be in the library. It seems like it more so has to do with the library. Where it's like, hey, we're going to do something to the library. And what's going to happen is when you bring a book in the library, it becomes bigger. I think the core of this problem, the core of this question is the library. They did something to the library, and the library is the core, and the library scans for books. And when a book is in the library, it becomes gigantified. So the core is the library. But yeah, Smokey, I do agree. I think that's one of the leading theories. It's probably Stella. Stella did something. The replicate Stella, the one that's alive right now in the capsule. That Stella who went to Ohara 20 years ago, he must have did something at the library. I think it was him. Because I don't think the people of, or maybe the people of Elbaf, the giants of Elbaf, they have some kind of technology, magic, devil fruit, I don't know, something. Maybe they figured out how to make the books bigger. But I feel like it's more likely that Stella did something to the library. Mysterious library is not the books. Wait, they called it a mysterious library? I thought it was only Owl Library. I believe it's because of the owl in the library, hence the name of the library is Owl's Library. Wait, is that later in the spoilers? What's good, Eli? Is that later in the spoilers? Do they mention a literal owl? Because as far as I know, I'm not done with the spoilers, but as far as I know, there isn't an owl unless they reveal it later on. Yeah, Eli, you got some deja vu going on. Next line. All right, guys, let's continue. Let's continue. We finally see Owl Library in a beautiful double leg spread. It is a mysterious library full of giant books. Around the giant bookcases, there are a lot of massive tree branches hanging around them. And one of the branches, we could see a giant owl sleeping. It maybe, hey, it could be the owl, Smokey. And one of the branches, we could see a giant owl sleeping. So let's ask ourselves, chat, if the owl didn't do anything, if the owl had no devil fruit, no technology, no kind of magic, no kind of power, if the owl was just a bird, just a regular bird that didn't do anything, why would they call the library the Owl Library? You too, Farhad, but Smokey as well. If the owl didn't do anything, all he did was just sleep and fly, why would they name the library the Owl Library? I think the reason they name it the Owl Library is because there's something about him, something about his powers, his devil fruit, his technology, his magic, something about him that amplifies the library. He's like the leader. He does something. Maybe the fruits are bigger because of him. So yeah, Farhat, now that I got to this point, now I see what you're saying. So Farhat and chat, you guys have to bear with me. If you guys have theories, if you guys are trying to make a point, you guys have an explanation, you guys have to understand that if I'm only at halfway through the spoilers, I won't have full context of the chapter. I don't have full context of the spoilers. But now that I get to this point, it does, Farhat, it does make sense that maybe it's because of the owl that the fruits or that the books are becoming gigantified. Maybe the owl is the core of that. Maybe you have to be within a radius. Maybe it's not because she entered the library, but it's because she entered the range of the owl. Maybe it's something like that. She got close to the owl and then the book got bigger. Maybe the owl has the Mosa no Mi. The grow fruit. It's good, Simon. ChatGPT, and they said they may still be seen as creatures with ties to wisdom, mystery, and magical. Yeah. Owls have that kind of symbolism. So yeah, I suppose Owl has domain expansion. Saint Eddie DiCharlos with the $2 super chat. Thank you, brother. God bless you. Still dreaming of Morley's thick, delicious thighs.
Oh my god, dog.
Mods, can you ban this guy? I don't care that he super chatted. L, ban him. Ban him, L. I don't care. He could super chat $1 million. I need him eradicated. Mother flame on his household. I want you to burn his family tree down. Nah, he good. Thank you, Eddie DiCharlos. God bless you, brother. Maybe it's just your second account. Hey, you never know, man. You never know. My phone's right here. I might have done it. Hey, reverse psychology. It could be me. It could be me, bro. Maybe you can't see my screen right now. Maybe I did it. And maybe you guys are getting trolled. He's talking about your thick thighs because you look like Morley. Man, Simon, shut up, bro. His last 2 messages are hella horny. Wait. He messaged? He posted in chat before he supered? How do I see his last 2 messages? How do I look at that? I think, do you click his name? Is that how you do it? Oh yeah, channel activity. I'd grow too if Robin was holding me. Bro. Chat. Look, if I click see Eddie D. Charlos, which is not funny, that is not funny. If I click his name and I go to channel activity, I can see all his messages. Still dreaming of Morley's thick, delicious thighs. I'd grow too if Robin was holding me. Admit that you are me. Take my money. I said salutes in chat. Anti-Semitic stream on break week. Oh my gosh. Wait, what did Simon do? He's talking about your thought. Nah, Lucas. He said, Lucas said, I'm Evil's bodyguard. Watch out. Nah, you got to give some give Simon some leeway. Simon was spitting. Man, King J. I'm now fully convinced it's Eddie's inner thoughts from the second account. Who needs Morley's thighs? Bro, okay, chat. Enough with Morley, okay? Enough. We're not here for Morley. We're here for Robin and the Owl, okay? Bro, wildin'. What's good, Artie? How you feeling, Artie? All right, where did we leave off? Okay, Saul says, Dere she. How's that? Are you surprised? These are the books from back then in O'Hara, and now in giant size. This is the mysterious Owl Library, where the books grow large upon entering. So they're feeding into the agenda. And Greg, I see why you said mysterious. Now it makes sense. See, I didn't know that they were calling the library mysterious because I didn't reach that part of the spoilers yet. This is the mysterious Owl Library where the books grow large upon entering. Okay, chat, let's have a poll. Comment down below, guys. Do you believe that the books are becoming gigantic because of the owl or because of the library? Comments, guys. Comment down below. Do we believe that the books are becoming gigantified because of the owl or because of the library? Just give me one word answers, guys. One word answers. Library or owl? Man, don't say both, giant guys. Don't say both. I guess hypothetically it could be. It just seems like a cop-out answer, and it seems kind of weird that it would be both. Library, owl, both. Bro, even the giants don't know why it's becoming bigger. They say it's mysterious. If it was the owl, they would have known. All right, well then say library. I'm asking you guys. We're doing theories right now. We're doing theories. Already said owl. Greg said library. Ancient Kingdom tech. I like that one. Ancient Kingdom tech. L said owl. Oakley said owl. It looks kind of 50-50 right now. Here, let me make a poll, guys. Let me make a poll. Are the books gigantified because of, why are the books becoming gigantified? We'll say owl, and then we'll say library. All right, guys. Vote at the top of the stream chat why you guys believe that the books are becoming gigantified. I guess I could have put a third option for both. Do you guys want me to remake the poll? Do you guys care that much? Do you guys want me to make a third option for both? I feel like it's one or the other. I don't think it's both. That seems kind of strange that it would be both. I think it's one or the other. I think it's like a double dichotomy kind of thing. Eli said probably some magnifying fruit or something. I actually like the idea that it's because of the Mosa no Mi. Now, this is a non-canon paramecia fruit. Someone in chat said where this movie or where this fruit came from. It was one of the movies. Oh, Film Z. Okay, so apparently in Film Z, this is non-canon. Someone had a grow fruit. So maybe what Oda could do, it's possible that someone or something, maybe the owl, maybe the library, has the grow fruit, and that's why the books are becoming bigger. And even though the fruit has been used, you have to consider that it was used in a non-canon form of One Piece. It's in non-canon material. So even though, yes, technically there has been a grow fruit used, you have to take into context it was non-canon. So when we talk about the grow fruit, there would be a canon grow fruit in Elbaf. It could be the library, the owl, whatever. And then there's a non-canon grow fruit that's in a movie. Isn't there a character introduced in the next spoiler named Mosa? Yeah, so maybe it's Mosa. Maybe it's not even the owl. Which, that would be a little weird, but I wouldn't say it's impossible. Magnifying glass is something that used to be used a lot and isn't anymore. Oda might want to use that. Mosa with the Mosa fruit. Yeah, Greg, that does seem very straightforward. We were talking about that in the short summary. We actually said that in the short summary because, as you know, in the short summary, it didn't say anything about books becoming big. That wasn't in the short summary. But the short summary did say that there was a character named Mosa. And shout out to Young Smokey. He had some theories. He mentioned the Mosa fruit, and we pulled this up. Young Smokey, shout out to him. We pulled this up yesterday, and we were thinking, okay, what if Mosa has the Mosa fruit? So now look at the chat. Look at the situation that we're in. We had the short summary spoilers. They did not mention books becoming bigger, but they did mention a new character named Mosa. So me and Smokey, we did research, and we learned that non-canon material says that there's a Mosa fruit. And when we looked at the fruit, Mosa means grow. So Mosa means grow fruit. And when we were looking at the short summary, we were saying, hey, what if Mosa, this new character in the short summary, has the Mosa fruit? Because her name is Mosa. She has the grow fruit. And now that we're reading the long summary, it just so happens that there's the library, that it just so happens that the library has the fruits becoming bigger. It just so happens to be that case. You get what I'm saying? It seems to line up a little too well. Isn't the character introduced the next? Okay, we read that. Greg, which means Oda could be introducing new character with that fruit. But the question is, why would Mosa go around making only just the books grow gigantic? Well, just because we've only seen it, or hypothetically speaking, we've only seen it used on the books, doesn't mean she can't use it on other people. Like, the absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. The short summary did mention that? Wait, it did? No way it did, bro. Bro. Oh, it did mention that. You're right. They did mention it. You're right. So that didn't even cross my mind then. So I read that the books get enlarged. Then I read that there's a character named Mosa, and me and Smokey were talking about Mosa no Mi, but then I didn't think about, wait, what if Mosa is the reason the books are becoming bigger? Somehow that conclusion didn't cross my mind. Wow. In the movie, the fruit only worked on plants. Yeah, but again, the fruit was used in a non-canon form of One Piece. So like we could kind of like throw that out the window because it's not canon, right? Maybe we could take a little bit of inspiration, but either way, Mosa means grow, right? So Mosa no Mi means grow fruit. And we got Young Smokey with the 50. Going bonkers today, man. God bless you, Smokey. And King J, I know you posted a theory, brother. Give me 1 second, bro. Young Smokey said Oda could use the non-canon Mosa Mosa fruit. That's my best guess. An option. Also, it could be the more from 3D2Y. The more fruit magnifies things. World magnifies cannonballs in 3D2Y. Okay, so I don't know about that fruit. More devil fruit. You said it's from 3D2Y? Okay, this one. The Moa no Mi. And it's non-canon, right? Hey, Smokey, this is non-canon, right? I do not recognize this. When was this used? There's a 3D2Y movie? Bro, I didn't even know there was a 3D2I movie. I don't care for the movies that much. Well, All right, guys, okay, Smokey says it's non-canon used in the movie. All right, Jay, let me ask this question, see what the chat thinks, and I'm going to go back to your theory, King Jay. So, guys, I have a question. I have a question for the chat, okay? I have a question for the chat. Guys, let's say, I'm going to give you guys two options, okay? Let's just say Oda had to use one of these fruits for the Owl Library to make the books bigger. Do you guys think he would use the grow fruit? Or do you think he would use the more fruit? Comment down below, one word answer. Do you guys think if Oda used one of these fruits because they're non-canon and Oda wanted to make it canon, do you think he's going to use the grow fruit to enlarge the books? Or do you think he's going to use the more fruit to gigantify the books? Which one do you guys think Oda would use? Which one, chat? Smoky cooked, grow fruit, mosa, moa. Mosa? I think you guys are mostly saying mosa. All right, King J said, wait, in that movie, the guy's partner had a fruit similar to Bonnie's fruit, but the difference is that she can only reverse age. Bonnie is also here. Mosa might also have mosa fruit. In that movie, the guy with mosa fruit had a partner with a fruit similar to Bonnie's fruit, but the difference is that Bonnie can only reverse age. You know, King J, I have to say, again, the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. So I think that only just because we've only seen Bonnie reverse some. Wait, no. King J, didn't we see Bonnie make Wait, I don't think Bonnie has made people old before, because in Shabandi she made the Marines babies. But I do want to say that just because we've only seen Bonnie reverse people's age, I don't think that necessarily means that she can't age people up. You get what I'm saying, chat? Like, you could try to make an argument that, like, why hasn't Bonnie aged someone up yet? You could make that argument. But at the same time, like, I kind of feel like with Bonnie, just because we haven't seen her age someone up doesn't mean she can't, you know? Oh, Jay said his partner can only reverse age. Okay, so King Jay, I misunderstood you then. Okay, I see what you're saying, King Jay. And we got L with the 10. Thank you, brother. God bless you. God bless Young Smokey. L said Mosa could be the librarian of the Owl Library and could be the only one believing Loki is good. Maybe she can be taking food for Loki, just like the little girl did for Zoro when she was crucified. So Mosa would be to Loki what that little girl is to Zoro. I don't even remember her name. What was it? Shell's Island? Guys, is that the name of the island? That Shell's Town, I think. It was Shell's Town. What was the girl's name? Rika. Okay, so you're saying that Rika is to Zoro what Mosa is to Loki. That's what you're saying? L? Okay, Farhat, we'll get to that. Hot Librarian X Robin. You thirsty men, bro. She made Luffy old and egghead and Chopper. Bro, I don't even remember that, man. Bam, 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 bam. Ba 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 bam. In Norse mythos, Skaldi is one of the three Norns, like the false or like the fates is related to owls. Dreams, I have no idea what that means. Makes sense. The perfect setup for a potential Straw Hat, but also a potential enemy. Ah, come on, dude. Are we saying that Moza, this new character, is a future Straw Hat? Bro, no way Mosa joins the crew, but Bonnie doesn't. Come on, man. Bonnie saved Zoro's life in pre-time skip. Bonnie has an allegiance to Nika. Bonnie relates and assimilates with the Straw Hats. Bonnie needs revenge against the Celestials for what they did to her mom and Kuma. Bro, if Mosa joins, Bonnie confirmed joins. Listen, maths, you guys can keep saying that Bonnie's going to join the Revs, but I have yet to see an argument for it. Because you see me, bro, and other people. It's not just me. We talk about Bonnie joining the Straw Hats, and we give reasons why. We give our argument. I have not seen an argument for the Revs. And in fact, there's arguments against joining the Revs. Because Bonnie could have joined the Revs when she was younger. She could have joined the Revs back in the day. But wait, she didn't. She became a pirate instead. If Bonnie's dad was a Rev, and she was like, my dad's in the Revs. Yeah, I'm not going to join. I'm going to be a pirate. What makes you think she's going to join the Revs now? You see what I'm saying? So, like, you could say Bonnie's going to join the Revs, but I have yet to see an argument for it. Where are the arguments? She's too weak. Instead, she will stay in Egghead. That's not a good argument, Bonnie being too weak. If Bonnie joined the Straw Hats, she's going to be stronger than Usopp. Guys, who do you have in a fight? Bonnie versus Usopp. Bonnie literally has armament hockey. Bonnie had armament hockey when she was 12 years old. When Bonnie was 8 years old, she was beating up adults. So if you have Bonnie over Usopp, then you can't say Bonnie's too weak to join. Then you could move the goalpost. They'll say, okay, no, actually, I changed my mind. Bonnie's too young. She's too young to join the Straw Hats. But wait, Bonnie's been a pirate already. Bonnie was a kid as a pirate with her own crew. She was a captain of a pirate crew as a kid. So that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Then you look at Usopp and Chopper. They are extremely childish. Usopp and Chopper are childish. So see, like every argument against Bonnie joining the crew, it crumbles. It crumbles upon further examination. Then when you look at Bonnie joining the Revs, what's the argument? Oh, she wants to settle with Kuma. Why didn't she settle with Kuma before, bro? Why didn't she settle with Dragon? Kuma was with Dragon. Kuma went to Dragon and said, hey, Dragon, you are my master. Why didn't she join before? Like, it doesn't make any sense. I met the new egghead, Elbaf. She's going to stay there. I don't know, man. She was raised worshiping Nika. And now she's like, oh, I finally see Nika. I'm not going to join you, though. I hate the Celestial Dragons. They destroyed my dad's life. They destroyed my mom's life and killed her. I'm not going to take them down, though. That just... personally, it's just my opinion. That doesn't make any sense. That's like Law. He's like, bro, the world government, they're hiding the checkered fate. The world government ruined my life. Look at what happened with the white lead disease. I give up. Like, what? Bonnie was beating up adults pre-getting her fruit. Exactly. Smokey and Jay, exactly. Bonnie was 8 years old. No devil fruit, beating up adults. At 12 years old, Bonnie got armament hockey. She was a child who was the captain of a pirate crew. Where is the argument against Bonnie joining the crew? You see, like, I don't have an agenda. It's not like I like Bonnie in a special way that, like, I'm biased and I want her for Nakama because she's a great character or something. It has nothing to do with it. Bonnie's an alright character. She's pretty good. She's a good character. But just look at the facts of the matter. She assimilates with the Straw Hats. She's a glutton just like Luffy. Look at what happened at Egghead. She wants to have more of Sanji's cooking. She gets along with Robin and Nami. Like, I'm gonna move on from that. I'm gonna leave that Bonnie Nakama theory to the side. You guys don't have to agree. You guys can disagree. You guys don't have to agree with me just because it's my opinion. Have your own opinion. But that's my opinion. And Door Handle with the 5th super chat on the channel. Thank you, brother. God bless you, Door Handle. He says, this is the best stream since I joined, except your birthday one. Thanks, y'all. Also, everybody come in with fire, I guess, fire theories. Wish y'all would have came and joined, or wish y'all would come and join me at Hachinosu. Yo, go, guys, can we get an 07 for Door Handle? Guys, can we give Door Handle some love? Door Handle spreading some love. Every stream, he's spreading the Blackbeard agenda. Door Handle's one of the funniest super chatters. He's one of the funniest homies we got in the chat. He's loyal. He's consistent. He's at every stream. Let's show some love to Door Handle. He's going through some problems right now, but we're lifting him up. We're praying for him. We have him in our prayers. We have him in our wishes. Let's give some love to Door Handle, guys. The young goat Door Handle. And a 50 bomb. We got Wong Woki coming through with nuclear dominances. 100 super chat. 50 super chat. 20, 10, 10, 10, 50. Wong Woki. Young Smokey said, y'all see Bonnie sitting on Robin's lap while the Straw Hats come up out the rainbow. She belongs with Kuma first, then she belongs with the Straw Hats with Kuma being revived. He will become a permanent ally for the Straw Hats and fight the world government. You gotta think, Smokey. You gotta think, chat. Bonnie, even, let's say, sure. Okay, let's go down that rabbit hole. Kuma gets healed, Kuma gets revived, Kuma's back and ready for business. Let's go down that rabbit hole. Is Bonnie supposed to just suddenly be like, hey, Celestial Dragons, it's okay that you destroyed Kuma for the rest of my, for the majority of my life. That's okay, Celestial Dragons. Hey, Celestial Dragons, it's okay what you did to Ginny. It's okay what you did to my mom. It's okay what you did at God Valley. It's okay how you took my mom and Grape. It's okay that I am the daughter of Grape. No, that's all okay. I forgive you. That's what we believe about Bonnie. She's going to be like, oh yeah, it's okay. Forget about it. No, bro. She's going to, her dream, her big goal is to get revenge, take down the world government for what they did to her family, her mom and her dad. Her just suddenly deciding like, yeah, it's okay. I'm going to sit back. I'm not going to do anything anymore. Like, who? Is there any character in One Piece that had that agenda? You're basically giving up on your dream. Law's not going to do that. Luffy's not doing that. Zoro's not doing that. Robin's not doing that. Oden didn't do that. Who is going to give up on their dream? Bonnie? Bonnie has more of a... Bro, you could argue that out of every character in the story that has an agenda against the world government and the Celestial Dragons, Bonnie has one of the strongest agendas against them. They literally ruined her dad's life, and they did the most vile stuff to her own mom. They are the reason Bonnie has Sapphire Scales disease. So I just don't see why Bonnie would give up on the dream, man. It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Thank you, Young Smokey, bro. 50 bombs, 100 bomb. God bless you, Young Smokey. You misunderstood me. I was talking about Loki joining the crew because his situation parallels Zoro when he was first introduced, and the little girl is further proof of that. I don't think I was refuting you, Vincent. I was refuting Mosa because someone said, I don't remember who it was, And guys, don't take my chat. Listen, do not take my opinions personal, okay, chat? Don't take my opinions personal. If I disagree and I'm trying to explain why a certain theory or a certain idea is stupid, chat, that's just my opinion. You guys want me to be honest, right? You guys want me to be honest, right? You guys want me to be authentic, right? Genuine, right? You guys want me to be my true self, right? Don't take it personal. And 99% of the chat, you guys are good. I'm preaching to the choir. But those of you that are probably like new, listen, I'm just giving my opinion. You guys could literally go in chat and be like, bro, evil. Blackbeard is an octopus is trash, bro. Garbage theory, bro. Like, okay, you have your own opinion. We got autonomy here. Free will, chat. But in terms of Loki joining, I don't know, man. I don't know, bro. I got mixed feelings. You know, someone brought up, was it King J? It might have been King J. Someone brought up the point that like if Loki joined the crew, he wouldn't be able to fit on the 1,000 Sunny. Was that you, King J? If you say that Loki would join the Grand Fleet and he would have his own crew, or maybe he takes over the giant warrior pirates of the Grand Fleet, I don't know if that technically counts as joining the Straw Hats. Because guys, when we have a conversation about like someone joining the crew, we're talking about like the 1,000 Sunny, right? Like trying to argue that like, oh, well, he joined the Grand Fleet, so he joined the crew. Like, I don't know. I feel like that's kind of disingenuous. I think we all know what we mean. So when you say that Loki joins the crew, are you talking about like specifically the 1,000 Sunny? Or are you talking about Loki joining the Grand Fleet? Because I think those are two very separate things. Maybe something with the Grand Fleet, possibly. Maybe he could have, maybe Loki could lead the Elbaf ship of the Grand Fleet. Maybe it could be something like that. Warrior, I don't know, something like that. But him joining the crew, like 1,000 Sunny, I'm not too sure about that one. And we got Young Smokey with another super going bombers. Dropping bombs, man. Thank you. Damon, what's good, brother? Smokey says, guys, we got to remember, just because Bonnie could join doesn't mean Vivi won't. Exactly. We don't want to make a false dichotomy. When I mentioned Mosa and I said like, oh, if Mosa joins, Bonnie has to join. I'm not trying to make a false dichotomy there. It's built on principles, right? It's built on actual argumentation, right? Because for an example, if Mosa is this brand new character and we don't even know anything about her yet, and if she joins, why would Bonnie not join? That just feels very disrespectful to her in the story, you know? That's not really a false dichotomy. But when people say that like, oh, if Vivi joins, Bonnie can't join, it's like, why? Like, what's the argument about that? If Vivi joins, Bonnie won't join. Okay, why? Because if you can't give reasons as to why, then it's a false dichotomy to say either Bonnie joins or Vivi joins. I don't see the argument. That's why it's a false dichotomy, because there's no reasons for it. And in fact, you could probably refute it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Chat, if... Wait, oh, I missed one, Smokey? I missed one? Let me scroll back up, Smokey. Because I'm responding to your VV Bonnie one. Wait. Smokey, I missed one? Oh, no, it was the one you were talking about. So, guys, you know how we always talk about Luffy having 12 disciples, Jesus had 12 disciples? Here's the tricky thing, chat. If Luffy takes a little bit of inspo from Jesus, Jesus had 12 apostles, Luffy has 12 subordinates. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If we count Vivi, that's 10 disciples. So that means, excluding Vivi, there's another 2 spots for the crew. And I'm sorry, Chad, I will die on the hill that Bonnie joins. And I've explained this so many times. I think, don't I have a video about it? I think in my Bonnie, if you guys go to my channel, look at my Bonnie video, I talk about it. I've just explained it so many times. I think Vivi has to be one of them. So if you guys agree and you guys want to go down that hill, that Luffy has 12 followers, Vivi counts as one, or Vivi is one of those 10. And then we have Bonnie. That's 11 followers of Luffy. That means there's one more spot for a Straw Hat member. So do you guys see? Do you guys see why Young Smokey super chatted that? Thank you, Young Smokey. Again, Young Smokey super chatted. He said, guys, we got to remember, just because Bonnie could join doesn't mean Vivi won't join. Because if you argue that it's either Vivi or it's either Bonnie, only one of them can join. That's a false dichotomy. A false dichotomy is a logical fallacy when you argue that a certain question, a certain problem only has two options. That's what a false dichotomy is. That's a logical fallacy, because sometimes you'll have a problem, you'll have a question that it's more than two possibilities. So in this case, when people say it's either Bonnie or it's Vivi, it's not both, that's a false dichotomy. Because me and Smokey believe there's actually a third option. It's not two options, it's three options. Maybe it's Bonnie, maybe it's Vivi, or maybe it's both. So that's why he was saying it's a false dichotomy. Bro, imagine Gaimon joins the crew. I think Gaimon, I've talked about this on videos, and I've mentioned this several times before, so I don't want to go too deep onto it. I would be preaching to the choir. But I think the role of Gaimon in One Piece, we have to take into consideration Oda went completely out of his way to have Gaimon meet Buggy, okay? Take that into consideration. Earlier in the story, Oda went completely out of his way to have Buggy meet Gaimon. Why would Oda go completely out of his way to have Gaimon meet Buggy? I'll tell you why. We know that Gaimon really wanted a treasure. Gaimon's dream, his big goal, was to get on top of the hill. It was very difficult. He couldn't do it. He wanted to achieve this dream of going up the hill to get the treasure chest. And that treasure chest was empty. So therefore, Gaimon, in a way, was not actually chasing a dream, because that treasure chest was empty. There was nothing in it. Now, what does this mean? The reason why Oda had Gaimon and Buggy meet, and Oda went completely out of his way to have Gaimon and Buggy meet, is simple. Oda is showing that Buggy's dream, him chasing this treasure, Captain John's treasure, is the same scenario as Gaimon chasing the treasure chest. And when Gaimon was chasing the treasure chest on top of the hill, it was empty. So what does this mean for Buggy? That means that Buggy is chasing Captain John's treasure, which is empty. It doesn't exist. He can't necessarily grab it. He can't necessarily achieve it, because Buggy himself is Captain John's treasure. That's what it means. I'll put any amount of money on this. And I talked about this on videos. I've talked about this. Go watch my video about Buggy D. Crown, Captain John's treasure. I have a video. Go check my channel. I go into much deeper arguments. And why would Buggy be Captain John's treasure? Well, first of all, Captain John was in the Rocks Pirates and he served Zebek. Okay, so that's one. Two, Buggy getting lucky, failing upwards, being the son of Zebek, is within Buggy's nature. That's two. Buggy having conquerors, because Oda would do that with a character like Buggy, makes so much sense, because if Buggy's the son of Zebek, of course Buggy would have conquerors. So it answers that. And then four, we see that treasure in One Piece could mean many different things. Maybe someone's treasure in One Piece is their home. Maybe it's their nakama. Maybe it's their family. Maybe it's their children. If Captain John's treasure was the child of his Captain Zebek, then that would make Buggy, the son of Zebek, Rocksteed Buggy, Captain John's treasure. So that's why I believe that Gaimon came into the story. That's his big role, because I highly doubt Gaimon is going to be a scenario where it's like, oh, Luffy chases the One Piece treasure and it doesn't actually exist. For one, we know that the SBS questions have proven that the One Piece treasure is a physical treasure. That's one. Two, what kind of buildup is the entire manga of One Piece if Luffy finally gets to Laugh Tale, he finally gets to One Piece, and he gets nothing? That just doesn't make any sense. So I think the reason, again, why Gaimon exists, why Oda went out of his way to have Gaimon meet Buggy, is because Captain John's treasure is Buggy, and that Buggy can't necessarily grab it, he can't necessarily achieve it, he didn't necessarily achieve it, just like how Gaimon was trying to get an empty treasure chest. Young Smokey said the last spot to be Kuma, not Yamato. Does anyone still believe Kuma, or that Yamato's gonna join? as I've said before, bro, I feel like Yamato joining the crew, quite literally, that ship has sailed. That ship of Yamato joining the crew has sailed. Guys, yes or no? Is Yamato joining the crew? Yamato is too strong. Is that really a good argument though? Like, I don't necessarily, like me personally, I don't necessarily think Yamato is going to join, but it's not because she's too strong. I think the reason, like, why if Yamato doesn't join, my argument would be it's one, because Odin's biggest mistake was abandoning Wano. So if Yamato abandons Wano, right? One, who's going to protect Wano? The Scabbards, really? So it's the Scabbards are going to protect Wano. Yeah, right. So one, Yamato would be mimicking Odin's mistake, and I don't think that's a good idea for the story and her. So that's one. Two, on rooftop, Kaido said that Yamato's devil fruit is the guardian of Wano. So she would literally be going against her fruit to not protect the country. And in fact, when a lot of us fans were arguing that Yamato wasn't going to join the crew, that she was going to stay in Wano, we said it's because Kaido literally said Yamato has the fruit that is the guardian of Wano. So that's why she was going to stay on Wano. And look what happened. Look what happened. She stayed in Wano. So those would be my strongest arguments. I don't think that she's too strong is a good argument. I just don't think that's a strong argument. Because you could argue that Zoro's stronger than Yamato. Are we really gonna put Zoro over? Are we really gonna put Yamato over Zoro? I don't think so. I think that's a wild take. Yamato over Zoro. So she would be beneath Zoro. But wait a second. Zoro and Sanji are super neck and neck. They're basically like, if Zoro's 100, Sanji's like 99.5%, or equal if you want to go that route. So then she would be beneath Sanji. So me personally, I don't like the argument that she's too strong. Yeah, I feel that if Yamato is going to join the crew, they would have done it. Yeah, I think at best, Yamato leads the Wano crew of the Grand Fleet. But even then, that's hard to say, because shouldn't the Shogun Momonosuke lead the Wano Grand Fleet ship? Shouldn't that be the Shogun of Wano? So I don't know, man. I don't know. Thank you, Young Smokey. Guys, go watch that video when the stream ends, guys. Go watch that video. I have a video explaining why Buggy is the son of Rocksteady Zebek. You guys can sit here and say it's a complete reach, say that it's completely made up. Why would you make a Gaimon theory? Why would you say Buggy's the son of Zebek? That's so stupid. Go watch the video and then come back to me and tell me if it's stupid. Evil giving Sanji credit. I thought I would never see the day. Hey, Simon, sometimes, bro, I have to break character and give Sanji his flowers. What's good, Rocket World? Greg said, soon we'll get evidence for my theory, and I'll tell you who exactly the last Nakama is. Wait, Greg, you said the last Nakama was Lilith, bro. Didn't you say that? Hey, I'm catching you, Greg. Your theories don't escape me. You said Lilith was the final member. All right, guys, let's continue. Where do we leave off? These are all the records that Ohara protected 22 years ago. We kept our eyes open while searching, so we could bring back every single one of them, every last one. Chopper and Bonnie say, whoa! Robin remembers the words that Clover said to her in the Tree of Knowledge when she was 2 years old. Wait, 2? She was 2? Robin was not 2 years old when she spoke to Clover. Or is this something we haven't seen before? Wasn't Robin 9 years old when she was talking to Clover and she passed the exam? Why does it say 2 years old? Is that a typo? Maybe this was a flashback. Robin remembers the words that Clover said to her in the Tree of Knowledge when she was 2 years old, and then she cries with happiness. Clover in the past says, "This is the world's best library. You like books?" Saul says, "I am so glad that the day I can show you all this has finally come." Cut to the underworld. Loki is talking to someone named Moza. Moza talks in a very polite way and seems to be a very timid person. We don't know yet if Moza is a man or a woman. Loki and Moza haven't actually met, but have talked for a long time using Den Den Mushi since Loki has a lot of time and is bored. Over time, Loki has come to consider Moza as a friend and calls him/her Mosako, in the name that indicates Loki respects Moza. Loki says, "Are you still traumatized by the horrifying experience you talked to me about, Moza?" Moza says, "Yeah, I'm still shaken by it." Okay, guys, there's a lot of questions here. Question number one. Why does Loki respect Moza? That means Moza is going to play a very big role in Elbaf. With what we know about Loki, I think we all agree Loki is playing a significant role this arc. But wait a minute. If Loki respects Moza, what does that say about Moza then? She's going to play a significant role in the arc. And the second question, why is he mentioning this horrifying experience? Clearly Oda's alluding to something. Oda's building something up, this horrifying experience. He's probably going to show us a flashback here soon. Probably not this chapter, probably next chapter, a few chapters from now. Oda's building something up, guys. Are you still traumatized by the horrifying experience you talked to me about, Moza? What could this mean, guys? What is this horrifying experience? Loki eats Moza's heart. Book it. Yo, Greg, you're going to get a fat W, man. Because, Greg, if you're telling me, obviously I'm taking into account the man-eating giant theory. If you're telling me that Loki eats Moza's heart, you have to take a fat W for that, because who else would say that? That is such a specific thing. Loki will eat Moza's heart. That is very, very specific. So, Greg, if you get that true, if you get that correct, I'm going to force the whole chat to give you W's. I'm going to force them to give you your flowers. She was around 7 to 8. Her remembering some stuff at 2 years old is crazy. Yeah, Stretch. I don't know, man. This might be a typo. And Door Handle, I see your super chat. I'll get to it in 1 second, brother. When they say that Robin remembers what Clover said to her when Robin was 2, I think there's mainly 2 options here. Either this is a typo, the read-on was wrong, this leak is wrong, it's inaccurate, she wasn't 2, that's one option. The read-on got it wrong, maybe he mistyped or something. Or option number 2 is that Oda's going to reveal a new flashback. Oda's going to show us something new, because we haven't seen Robin when she was 2 years old. So maybe Oda's going to show us a flashback earlier than the Ohara flashback, where we see baby Robin, 2-year-old Robin, having a conversation, or at least listening to Clover. So I think like those are the 2 main options. Either option A, and you guys can comment in the chat, let me know what you guys think, or option 3 if you guys think there's more options. Option 1 is that this is a typo. Read-on didn't mean to say 2 years old, because we know that Robin in the whole horror flashback, when she graduated and she passed her exam to research at the Tree of Knowledge, we know that she was 9 when that happened. So option 1 is that this is a typo, or option 2, there's going to be a new flashback of this chapter earlier than we've ever seen Robin. It's a brand new flashback. She's 2 years old and Clover's talking to her. I want to see what you guys think. Option 1, 2, or maybe 3 if you guys think it's something else. And we got Door Handle with another super chat. God bless you, brother, with the 15. Door Handle going insane this stream, bro. He said, will we see legendary ties to both crews? They will believe the captain in opposing ways will have ties to legendary pirates. Will Blackbeard Sensho have the same hype to legends, Rocks and Roger versus type-ish? I would say yes. I would say yes. I think that the Blackbeard Pirates are going to look at Blackbeard as some kind of Roxy Zebek return, affiliate, inspiration, something like that, right? They're going to look at Blackbeard and see some type of connection between him and Zebek. I do agree with that. So that answers half your question. I think that answers Blackbeard. They'll compare him to Zebek, and he's a legendary figure. If you're talking about Luffy, I'm assuming you're talking about Luffy. Um, because you said to both crews, I think you're talking about Luffy, right? I think the Straw Hat crew is already amounting it to the idea that Luffy is connected to Joy Boy and Nika. So the Blackbeard Pirates, that crew will look at Blackbeard as Zebek in whatever way you want to explain it. And then the Straw Hat crew is going to look at Luffy connected to Nika and Joy Boy in some kind of way. And it seems like Robin is already going down that road. It seems like Robin is already like, yo, Luffy has this all white mode, and we even know that in Egghead, the Straw Hats were in, what was it, the Labo phase? They were with Stella, and Stella Vegapunk said, hey, why is Luffy all white? He looks just like the legendary warrior Nika. He looks just like Nika. He was telling that to the Straw Hats. So again, I think it's a very easy argument to make that the Blackbeard Pirates see a connection between Blackbeard and Zebek, and then the Straw Hat crew will see a connection between Luffy and Nika, or Luffy and Joy Boy. I hope that answers your question. Let me know if I didn't answer it, Door Handle. God bless you for the super chat. Guys, do you think Loki is a good guy or a bad guy? Actually, I guess I have to say gray, right? Because I think it's kind of tricky to ask, like, is this guy a good character or a bad character? Do you guys think that Loki is like a good guy? A guy that's in the gray or black? Well, that sounds so wild out of context. Do you guys think that Loki's good, gray, or bad? What do you guys think? Because, hey, UIO, how do I pronounce your name? Should I just say UIO or UEO? How do you want me to say your name? UIO with 1,000 random letters in your name. How do you want me to say your name? Maybe Mosa's home flooded with the recent rise and Loki wants to kill those responsible? Stretch, that's a simple, straightforward explanation, because like Oda already made such a big deal about that, right? The rising sea levels. It could be that. I don't know. My intuition, though, this is just my personal opinion, Rocket. My intuition tells me it's something else. My intuition tells me that like it's something like about a fight, someone died, there's some kind of violence, some kind of gore. My intuition tells me like there's some kind of like gory, violent war, battle, fight, murder, something like that with Mosa. But yes, it could be the rising sea levels, Rocket. I don't see why it couldn't be that. Say my full name, bro. I am not saying UIOJMZNAKOWEVNHEWENAPJOQFUEWJIAIH. L with the 2. God bless you, brother. Mosa witnessed a loved one being eaten alive. Ooh, maybe that's how Loki. Hey, Greg and L, you guys need to link up. Maybe Mosa witnessed, like how L said, Mosa witnessed a loved one being eaten alive. Maybe their heart was eaten, something like that. Loki heard about it. Maybe Loki saw it. He caught wind of it, and he did that to King Harold. We're gonna get some cannibalism in Elbaf, guys. If you guys aren't hip, you guys need to link up on my Discord server. Link up with Greg. Link up with Greg. Go look at his theory, his PowerPoint presentation, his PDF about why there's gonna be cannibalistic giants in Elbaf, or at least if you want to call it man-eating giants on Elbaf. It's a phenomenal theory. I 100% co-sign it. Stretch said, and God bless you, L. Thank you for that super chat. That's definitely something to think about. And see, that's in line with what I just said to Rocket World. Like, yes, the sea levels rising, causing Mosa to lose loved ones. Yeah, that's pretty straightforward. But my intuition, me personally, I think it has something to do with like a battle, a death, some kind of like violence, some kind of gore, because they called it a horrifying experience. I think Oda's gonna go down that road. So L, your theory of Mosa witnessing someone being eaten alive, a loved one, it fits like my idea of this horrifying experience. Blackbeard did it first before Rocks? Really? You think Blackbeard ate someone or ate someone's heart before Rocks? Bro, you still live and missed everything. Eric, you gotta be here, bro. You gotta be loyal. You gotta stay in the stream, brother. Mute the stream. Loki is kind and nice to Mosa, but he did kill his dad. So yeah, that's true. Loki did kill his dad. So at best, isn't Loki gray? Last minute Xmas shopping? Greg, what did you buy, man? Hey guys, Maths made a good point. Maths made a good point. Loki killed his dad. You could try to say, oh, well, maybe King Harold was evil. Maybe, but he's still killing his dad. Man, what happened yesterday's stream? I was watching the replay and the whole chat talks about religion. It's because those are fun conversations, man. And One Piece is a religious manga. Dofi reference? Possibly. Look at what Dofi did to his father homing. But I think it's going to be more interesting with Loki, because as far as we know, currently, Loki needed a devil fruit. Whereas Doflamingo, he was just angry at homing because homing left Marijois. So to me, it seems like Loki killing for a devil fruit, there's a bit more, there's a possibility that there's more lore there. Yeah, exactly, Farhat. The lore is more interesting. And I love Doflamingo. He's one of my favorite villains. Doesn't it just seem like a warrior thing to do, eat someone's heart? Yeah, 100%. These vicious giants, these vicious Vikings, these vicious warriors on Elbaf eating someone's heart, that seems very straightforward. San said, nah, I'm Christian, and people were making fun of other religions. Hey, everyone has their own opinion, bro. I'm Christian. If people want to make fun of religion in general or make fun of God, that's their own opinion. You have to understand, San, is it San or San? Maybe it's San. You have to understand, I value free speech. I don't like censorship, right? Like, as a consumer, I don't like when I go to a stream chat or I go to some kind of platform and the censorship is heavy. I don't like that. Because then that just shows that the streamer, it shows the creator, it shows that the guy who's running the show is not going to be completely genuine. And the chat's not going to be complete genuine because there's just censorship everywhere. And I prefer genuine material, you know? So if chat here thinks Christianity's dumb, if God's dumb, whatever, that's their own opinion. But I'm going to say my own opinion and chat can say their own opinion. Rocket World says they say Herod wanted peace. So yeah, that's even a worse argument. If King Herod or Harold, whatever, if King Harold valued peace, but then Loki killed King Harold, at best, Loki is a great character. I want to lean towards bad. Loki's father was the king and he valued peace. But Loki said, nah, I'm going to kill you. So he killed his own dad who valued peace. Like, now that you put it that way, it seems kind of unlikely that Loki would be a good guy. But doesn't censorship really have to make fun of other religions? I mean, like, think we should respect everyone's beliefs, not trying to interrupt the stream, though. No, you're not interrupting the stream, man. Why did you ban people? I didn't ban anybody. Making fun of other religions, that's just a part of free speech. Like, if someone came into the stream chat and they made fun of my religion, I'm not going to ban them or censor them from that. Because then that means that they have to be less genuine. That means they speak about their feelings and their ideals and their worldview less. And I don't like that. So that's just the way it is, right? Check out what I was saying about the Vikings and eating hearts. Greg said, bro, if you look up Vikings eating hearts, it immediately says Vikings believed eating hearts imbued the consumer with qualities of the animal, just like inheriting a devil fruit. Let me see. Vikings eat hearts. Guys, this man, Greg.
Let him cook now.
This man, Greg. Let's look on the history. History Channel, history.com. Today, the Vikings are celebrated as a proud warrior, or warlike folk known for their mythology. The Viking diet, however, is mysterious to most people. What did these warriors eat to survive in such a forbidding landscape? As it turns out, their food was healthy, fresh. Is this what I'm supposed to be looking at? Because that makes it sound like Mosa might be a bad, or might be a kind person. Yeah, I don't know. It's tricky because if Loki's a bad guy and he likes Mosa, that I don't know if that necessarily means that Mosa would be bad or good. You got that link first? Let me see, Greg. Let me see. Viking heart. Bro, it's a literal heart. Roasted heart stuffed with bacon and leeks and basted with honey, served forth with mead for a Viking meal fit for a king. Bro, chat, this man Loki ate King Harold's heart. This man Loki ate King Harold's heart. The dish was inspired by a conversation that I had with an archaeologist, Daniel Serra, co-author with Hannah Thunberg of An Early Meal, a cookbook that recreates Viking age cuisine. Heart was only served to kings or guests of honor, not only because they were rare, most animals only have one, but because it was believed that eating the heart, look at this chat, because it was believed that eating the heart would imbue the eater with some of the qualities of the animal. You guys see this? You guys see this? You guys see this? Because it was believed that eating the heart would imbue the eater with some qualities of the animal. Shout out to that man, Greg. Shout out to that boy, Greg. This is directly from Viking lore, Viking history. So the idea that people in Elbaf were eating hearts to imbue the qualities of the animal, because they were eating animal hearts, they wanted to imbue the qualities. That could be very similar to the concept that people in Elbaf, or just people in the One Piece world, could eat someone's heart to imbue the qualities, to imbue the devil fruit. Shout out to Greg, guys. Shout out to Greg. Phenomenal theory. Read below. That's the Edda, the history book of Norse mythology. As I wanted to have this with my mead, also reserved for special occasions, that had aged for 6 months, this pairing seemed like a great way to recreate a fancy Viking meal. You said below? Where is it? The Poetic Edda, 10th century. Guys, that's a citation. Guys, that is the citation. Vikings were eating hearts to imbue the qualities of the animal. They were eating the animal heart to imbue the qualities of the animal in them. And the citation to that is the Poetic Edda from the 10th century. So again, it's possible that people of ancient Elbaf, maybe Blackbeard as well, he heard, oh, bro, Blackbeard is a historian. Blackbeard is literally a historian. He probably heard about how ancient Elbaf giants were eating hearts to imbue qualities of the heart they were eating. So they had devil fruits because they ate the person's heart. When you eat a devil fruit, yes, it's in your DNA, your lineage factor, but the devil fruit sits on your heart. So Blackbeard ate Whitebeard's heart to imbue that quality. Blackbeard learned this because he's a historian and he read about ancient Elbaf. Yo, Greg. Yeah, this is my last take. Yo, you don't have to have a last take, man. Say whatever you want. This is my last take, but I'm gonna just say that all of us having God in our lives is the most important thing. No matter what religion or horrible things each may have, we are all brothers and sisters. I think we're all brothers and sisters in humanity, at the least, right? We're all brothers and sisters in humanity. But I think, like, just because you have conviction in your belief doesn't make your conviction true. Like, I can truly believe that if I grab my phone right now, it'll say that someone sent me $10 million. because I feel convicted by that, does that make it true? So I think people can have conviction, people can have this strong belief to a God, but that doesn't mean that their God is true. They could be, what's the word I'm looking for? Emotionally wrong. I can't think of the phrase or the word. But at the end of the day, I think it's mostly like, hey, I'm a person, I believe this thing, and I just don't agree with what you believe. Tolerance isn't, hey, I'm gonna support your belief system. That's not what tolerance is. Tolerance is, I disagree with what you believe, but I respect you, right? That's what tolerance is. You believe X, I believe Y. I think X is stupid, but I still love you. I think what you believe is dumb, I disagree, but I tolerate you. That's what tolerance is. I don't think tolerance is like, you say something that's completely off the wall, and I'm going to support it. I'm going to back it up, and I'm going to love that idea. I don't think that's what tolerance is. Because then, if that's what tolerance is, how does anyone have a belief? Like, how is anything true then? I believe in objective truth. Rocket World says, Blackbeard definitely eating hearts. You always said he had 3 of them. Oh, yo, then that's true. Greg, if Blackbeard ate Whitebeard's heart, then technically Blackbeard has multiple hearts. Yo, Rocket World, I'd never even thought about that. Because the whole idea of Blackbeard as an octopus is because octopuses have 3 hearts. We know that in real life. An octopus has 3 hearts. And that was why I said Blackbeard would have multiple fruits. So technically, if Blackbeard eats someone's heart, then he has another heart. Oh. Yo, Rocket World. You're bolstering my agenda, bro. I mean, like, none of us knows each other personally, yet we're all here as in One Piece community. Let's keep it there. And if it's going far from it, that's one person's problem, not everyone's. You disagree with me, you hate me. Yeah, that's like the worldview of like most people. Oh, you hate what I believe? Well, then you must hate me. Let's be honest, that's just stupid. In short, a devil fruit most likely sits on a person's heart and its abilities can be taken away if the heart's eaten by someone. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. If Otis taking inspiration... Oh, I lost the link. Where is it? No, this one right here. If Otis taking inspiration from actual Viking history, real Viking history, if Otis taking inspiration from that, and we know in Viking history, they ate the hearts of animals to imbue the eater with qualities of the animal, Oda could apply that to One Piece, where if you eat someone's heart, you imbue their qualities. Well, what are their qualities? Devil fruits.
Let him cook now.
Can't move underwater because the heart stops. Young Smokey with the 10. Cuneo, what's good, brother? Antoine, welcome back. Blackbeard eating Whitebeard's heart is an old theory. Yeah, it is an old theory. That is an old theory, but now we're bolstering it a lot because all the times that I saw people say Blackbeard eats Whitebeard's heart, they never made this argument. They never made these arguments from what I've seen, at least. Maybe they did. Maybe they did make those arguments, but I never saw these arguments. And Young Smokey with the 10, thank you, brother. God bless you. He said the Prosa Edda is one of the few books that keep Norse myths because the Norse passed their beliefs down through the word of mouth. So it was an oral tradition. So that's a lot of cultures, a lot of civilizations in the world. They pass their traditions, they pass their worldview, they pass their belief system orally. You said you have free speech, but you banned me. Okay, Maths. You got to stop lying, Maths. You're saying that I banned you. You're lying. I don't ban. Ask anyone in chat. Guys, do I ban people? Me, myself. Do I ban people? The only time I ban people is if a mod times someone out for saying something completely off the wall. You don't see me ban people. You don't see me time people out. And the mods, at most, they will literally warn you. They'll say, stop, bro, stop, bro, stop. They give you guys 1,000 warnings and then they time you out. So, Maths, I love you, brother. Maths, I love you, bro. But stop the lying, bro. I do not ban people. That's unequivocally false. The first thing that but yeah, Smokey, to get back to your super chat, bro. Great point. I did not know that. So Smokey, you're saying the Prosa Edda is when they finally wrote it down? Smokey, is that what you're saying? The Viking mythology, the Viking belief system, it was mostly oral until they wrote it down? Is that what you're saying? I Kuma slandered and got banned for 25 minutes. Okay, that wasn't by me, and that was miscommunication in the chat. You were timed out. You weren't banned. You were timed out. That was miscommunication, door handle. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. But Smokey, can you confirm? Viking history, Viking mythology, it was passed down orally. It was an oral tradition, and then they finally wrote it down in the Poetic Edda. Is that what you're saying? Maths, you have never been timed out. I can see your channel activity. Whatever pot you're trying to stir, I don't get it. Robin and Black, what's good, Johan? Robin and Blackbeard are linked by archaeology. He sure has a link with the ancient kingdom. Bro, if Blackbeard is into history and he's into archaeology, he should definitely know about Elbaf lore. Elbaf is a very important country. Elbaf is a very important nation, an island in the story. It's very important. They're connected to Nika. They're connected to the sun god. And they're filled with giants. As far as I understand, they are not sanctioned by the world government. I think Blackbeard knowing history about Elbaf is not a reach, bro. Guys, let's have a poll. Let's have a poll in chat, guys. Comment down below, yes or no. Do you believe Blackbeard knows some history, at least some? Do you believe that Blackbeard knows some history of Elbaf? Yes or no? Do you believe Blackbeard knows some history about Elbaf? Maybe not everything, every single detail. Do you believe he knows some stuff? I would say yes. I think that's very straightforward. It's good, Farhat. He said 3.5 hours in. How many here are since the beginning? Yo, everyone that's been here since the beginning, you're legendary. I love you guys. No matter how much we disagree, chat, no matter how much we debate, no matter how much we get on each other's nerves, chat, I love you. I love you all, chat. Every stream, I make sure to genuinely pray to Christ for you guys, chat. I love you all so much. You guys never gave up supporting me. You guys never gave up being devoted and loyal to this channel and this community. I just got to take a second to thank you guys in chat. Thank you to people like Greg, Dawn of Ascension, L, Farhat, Simon, Young Smokey, of course, Young Smokey, Zedeko, Door Handle, Eli, Johan, Maths, Jordan, Cuneo. I just got to give you guys a big thank you, Artie. A big thank you to all you guys for always supporting, staying with us through thick and thin. It's beautiful, chat. Greg says, due to have a great source that they believe they could understand birds. They could understand birds if they ate their hearts. Let me see that. The Vikings would eat bird hearts because they would understand the bird. Oh, man, I got to put my email. Listen, Greg, I'll take your word. I'll take your word. Eating hearts and supernatural knowledge in Eric's. So you're telling me that Vikings in real life would eat a bird heart to have the mind of a bird, to understand the bird. Bird is the word. And then the Vikings would also eat animal hearts in real life. Vikings would eat animal hearts to imbue the qualities of the animal within them. Oh, you sent me the PDF? Let me see. Let me see. Thank you, Greg. I'm gonna download it right now. Let me see. Guys, I'm pulling up a PDF of ancient real life Viking history, Viking belief system. He said on page 23. Let me see. Wait, 23? Did you mean something else? Did you mean 13? Wait, 33? There's another. Hey, Greg, there's only 23 pages. 33? There's only 23. 33 in the top right. Oh, that kind of page. Let me see. Okay, let's see. Let me type in heart. Yeah, look, chat, look. According to Ferdinand Detter and Richard Heinzel. On the other hand, the belief that one could understand the language of birds after eating the heart, or ravens, or stone falcons was still actual in Iceland in their times. And it was also mentioned in John Arneson's collection of folk tales. Guys, the idea that people in Elbaf eat hearts, this theory is rising through the roof. And guys, let's refocus back on the spoilers. Shout out to Greg, guys. I want to refocus on the spoilers. We still haven't finished the spoilers. Let's refocus really quick. St. Eddie DiCarlo says, I ban everyone who goes against me. Bro, who is St. Eddie DiCarlos? Who is that? All right, guys, where do we leave off at? Okay, we left off right here. Moses says, yeah, I'm still shaken by it. Loki says, if I had been there, I would have killed all of them for you, Mosa. So see, Rocket World. I don't get me wrong, Rocket World. I think the idea that they're mentioning the Great Flood sinking the world could have been a horrifying experience for Mosa. Yet, like, yeah, that's straightforward because Oda was just building that up. But look at this. Loki says, if I had been there, I would have killed all of them. So did Mosa's family get eaten alive? Did Mosa's family get eaten alive by cannibalistic giants? Human-eating giants, man-eating giants. Mosa says, yeah, I'm still shaken by it. Loki says, if I had been there, I would have killed all of them for you, Mosa. Mosa says he/she is beginning to notice that while Loki may use scary words, he's actually kind-hearted. This makes Loki angry, lol. At the end of the chapter, we cut back to western village of Elbaf, the village where the Straw Hat crew arrived in the last chapter. Dory, Broggy, and the other giants are drinking while they wait for the Straw Hat crew to return. Broggy says, hey, the party hasn't even started yet. We're killing time through drinking. Giants say, well, you are drinking too much. Suddenly, a black lightning strikes in the village's castle. And the absolute, again, bro, read on, you never fail. Every single long summary picture you've posted. And an absolute epic double leg spread of the chapter. We see that a magic circle has appeared in the throne room inside the castle. Magic circle is the same we saw in Egghead when the Gorosei appeared in the island. But this circle has no number. Remember that Saturn circle had the number 5 on it. From the magic circle, 2 people with black cloaks appear kneeling on the ground. First one is the hooded Shanks who was talking to the Gorosei during the last reverie in chapter 907. The second one looks like a woman with bandages covering her mouth and her hair covering her right eye. Editor's message, we have invaders. End of chapter, break next week. Guys, this is turning into some crazy stuff. Bro, you banned me because you don't agree with my theory? Maths, why are you still going on, dude? Maths, listen, maths. Listen, brother. Maths. Listen to me, maths. Listen. Maths. I already repeated my explanation. I already told you I didn't ban you. I already told you were warned by mods a million times and you kept ignoring them and they timed you out. Maths. You got 2 options, maths. And I think you're not really going to like the maths. Option number 1, you could just chill, stop crying, listen to what I explain to you, and we'll be fine. Option number 2, you could keep crying, keep making stuff up, and I'm going to just ignore your chat messages. So what do you want, maths? Do you want to just chill out? Just be normal? Just let it go? You were warned a million times and then the mods finally timed you out? Just let it go? Or do you want to keep going on and on and on and on and on, and then I just ignore your chats from now on? What do you prefer? I'm giving you the choice. I'm giving you the choice, maths. What do you want to do? You got to read that next paragraph. Let me see. Guys, also 1 to 100, guys. What do we rate the spoilers now that we finally got through the chapter? Now that we got through the long summary, what do we rate the chapter, guys? What are we rating it? 1 to 100. I want to see some numbers, guys. Just drop one number. Don't spam. Drop one number in the chat. What do we rate the spoilers, guys? 1 to 100. Zedeko says it's a 9.2 out of 10. Lucas says it's skibidi out of 10. Okay, guys, this is a PDF file about real life Viking history, real life Viking lore, Viking belief system, Viking worldview. Okay, this is real. Okay, chat. It says, on top of this, almost a century ago, Una Holmberg pointed out that in Finno-Ugric tradition, the heart was considered one of the organs where the soul resided. You see this, chat? In Viking history, they believed that the soul resided in the heart. Are One Piece characters eating hearts to get devil fruits? Did Blackbeard learn this from his history research? Alongside the liver and the blood, according to the same tradition, heart was also attributed to sympathetic powers, that is, going back to Fraser's definition. The power of transferring certain qualities to the eater once it was consumed. Chat, it's over. Chat, it's over. Blackbeard is a historian. He likes ancient history. He read into the ancient history of the Void Century, the ancient history of the Ancient Kingdom, and Elbaf, and he learned that when you eat a fruit, or I'm sorry, when you eat a heart, you imbue qualities of that person into you. So this applies to One Piece. He ate Whitebeard's heart because Whitebeard's abilities, his attributes of the Gurgur no Mi, was therefore imbued into him. In that specific case, for instance, the heart of an enemy would give extraordinary strength. Guys, you're telling me Oda's not going to reveal that Blackbeard eats hearts to get multiple fruits? He's not going to reveal that in the Viking arc, Elbaf? An important precedent of this belief is the old Jewish tale of the fox's heart. Hey, yo, Fox 45, where you at, bro? They're talking about your heart. Already featured in the alphabet of Ben Sida, in which it is told that the Leviathan became envious of the fox's proverbial cunning and wisdom and wanted to eat its heart. The heart was indeed believed to be the place where such attributes were located. Guys, I think it's over, dude. Oda's gonna reveal that when you eat hearts, that's how you steal someone's fruit. And he's revealing it in Elbaf, simply because Elbaf is a Norse arc, it is a Viking arc, and the idea of eating hearts to steal someone's qualities, steal someone's strength, steal someone's attributes, it's from Norse mythology. Wow. Greg, you're the MVP of the stream, Greg. Greg, you were the MVP of the stream, Greg.
Let him cook. Let him cook now.
It is confirmed that Greg is living in Oda's basement. Dude knows everything that comes to One Piece. Loki ate his dad's heart on the table. Yup. Watch, bro. Loki probably like sent his fist through King Harold's heart, ripped the heart out, and ate it. So that's why he killed his dad for a devil fruit. He ate his dad's heart. What if King Harold subsidized the cannibal giants, then killed someone close to Mosa, and Loki then killed the king for allowing that to happen? That'd be wild. That actually seems very reasonable, Simon. We know King Harold was a good guy. King Harold valued peace, and he saw these groups of giants. He saw a group of giants. They kept killing humans. They kept eating humans. And King Harold was like, we're not having any of that. He exiled that group of giants eating man, eating humans. And when he did that, maybe there was a battle, there was a war, and Mosa's family died. It was a horrific incident. Mosa witnessed it. Mosa told Loki, and Loki was like, hey, I don't care that the king values peace. I don't care that the king is my father. I don't like how he killed your family because they were eating humans. So therefore, I'm going to kill the king. I'm going to kill my father to get payback for you. But I think we need, Simon, what I would say is we need more focus on fruit. Because as far as I understand, Loki killed King Harold for the fruit. Or at least that's part of the reason he killed for the fruit. So maybe it was both. Maybe he was like, you know what? I hate how I hate how the king did that to your people, Mosa, even though it might have been justified. But I'm going to kill my father and I'm going to take his fruit. Yo, this man Jacob said, glad I never gave a girl my heart. Do you remember my name? Amuni. You don't like telling me your name. Amuni, I literally had to beg you for like a week to tell me your name. And then when you told me, I like never referenced it again. Amuni, if you give me like a few options, if you give me like 5 options, I'll tell you which one it is. As soon as I see your Harold, oh, it is Harold. Yo, Amuni, your own son Loki killed you, bro. Don't you have a son? Yo, Amuni, you better watch out for your son, bro. He might follow in Loki's footsteps. D1 crash out with a heart of gold. Antoine with the 5. Thank you, brother. God bless you. I can't wait. Antoine, I can't wait to read your super chat. Because you know what, Antoine? You've super chatted so many times on the stream, and every single time you've super chatted, it has to do with me being sus, me being sussy baka, me twerking, me doing this, me doing that. It's always something of me being sus. So Antoine, I'm excited. I'm thrilled. I'm excited to read your super chat. My intuition tells me that this is the one time, this is gonna be the very first time where you super chatted, and it has nothing to do with me being sus, okay? Thank you, Antoine with the 5. Antoine says, if eating Bussy gave you devil fruits power, or devil fruit, I cannot read, bro, I'm illiterate. If eating Bussy gave you devil fruit powers, evil would be almighty.
Oh my god, bro.
Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass.
I actually had faith, Antoine. I actually had faith that you would change your ways. Antoine, you are a living disappointment. You need to reevaluate your life. Thank you, Antoine, with the 5, bro. Eli said, dude's spitting right now. You know what, Eli? You're out of here, man. Eli, break the rules one more time. You're out of here. Stan said that's money well spent. Come on, Stan. I thought you had my back, bro. See, chat, it really be your own people. Since eating the heart instantly transfers the devil fruit power, that still doesn't explain how Blackbeard got 2. Wait, why though? Like if Blackbeard had the yummy yummy no mi, he had the darkness fruit, and then he ate someone's heart, that's bypassing eating a second fruit. Because he's not eating the fruit, he's eating a heart. So it could be like a, an exploit. Simon, am I misunderstanding you? Greg said that would be me. I'm a munch. Yeah, I think if Blackbeard ate Whitebeard's heart, he's bypassing this traditional idea that CP9 talked about, where if you eat a second devil fruit, you die. He's bypassing that because he's not eating the fruit, he's eating the heart. Almighty is crazy. Blackbeard has part Oni in his bloodline, hence to everyone why saying his special lineage. Yeah, Damon, that throws a monkey wrench in the machine. Because Greg, that you make a great, or not Greg, sorry, Damon, you make a great point. I've mentioned this numerous times, and I actually forgot about that this stream. So Damon, you make a great point. When Blackbeard at Marineford ate Whitebeard's heart, fruit, whatever, when he had the second devil fruit, Marco turns and he says, maybe it has to do with Blackbeard's weird body. And considering that Marco is the medic, he's the doctor of the Whitebeard crew, and obviously Blackbeard was in the Whitebeard crew, Don't you think that every time Marco did some work, did some medical stuff on Blackbeard, he noticed, wait, why is Blackbeard's body like this? Marco could have noticed Blackbeard has a weird body, but he could have just like kind of brushed it to the side. He didn't think too much of it. He didn't know what to make of it. He noticed like, his body's kind of weird. I don't really know what to make of that. And then when he sees Blackbeard get a second devil fruit, he's like, wait, I remember all those times when I had to heal Blackbeard, I noticed he had a weird body. So if Blackbeard has a weird body, that kind of throws a wrench into the idea that Blackbeard has a second devil fruit because he ate someone's heart. Maybe his body allows him to have someone's heart. Maybe it's something like this. Or maybe Marco's wrong. Maybe Marco thought it had to do with Blackbeard's body and Marco's wrong. But then you would have to concede to that. You would have to say, okay, when Marco noticed Blackbeard had a second fruit, and Marco said that maybe it's because of Blackbeard's weird body, Marco's hypothesis was wrong. You would have to concede that. Which is possible. I mean, it's possible. It is kind of weird to say that. You know, it does feel a little weird to be like, hey, Marco tried to insinuate Blackbeard has two fruits because of a weird body, but Marco was actually wrong. That wasn't actually foreshadowing. It wasn't real foreshadowing that Blackbeard has two fruits because of his weird body. That's completely wrong. It's actually because he ate someone's heart. I don't know, man. I kind of have mixed feelings. Devil fruit takes one heart. Or devil fruit takes one heart. Buccaneers have 3 hearts. So Blackbeard ate Whitebeard's heart, and then the fruit, or I guess the fruit, like the powers of the fruit, left Whitebeard's heart, and then it imbued itself in Blackbeard's second heart. Is that what you're saying? Maths, it's okay, Maths. I forgive you, bro. I forgive you, Maths. We forgive each other in the stream. Maths, I appreciate that you apologized. God bless, honestly, chat, W Maths, bro. God bless you, Maths. You're an amazing person. I just want to take a quick second to give a blessing to Maths. A lot of times people don't want to apologize for things they do, things that they have done. But Maths, you apologized. I think it's important that we apologize to people when we want to reconciliate friendship and reconciliate a relationship. And that's what you did, Maths. Thank you very much, brother. I apologize you in this... So I apologize to you. That doesn't even make sense. I forgive you in general because as a Christian, I'm called to forgive people. That's one thing. But then there's a second part of it where if you want to like forgive someone in terms of trusting them again and reconciliating a friendship or relationship, that takes the person apologizing. They have to say, hey, I did this, it was wrong. I did that, it was wrong. I see that it hurt you. I'll never do it again. That's how you like repair a friendship. And Maths, that's what you did. Maths, I appreciate you, brother. And Saint Eddie DiCharlos with the 5. Let's see what the king said. Saint Eddie DiCharlos, God bless you. Thank you for the super chat, brother. He said, meanwhile at Marijois, where's my steak? I ordered steak, you slave. Yeah, like at Marijois, they're ordering slaves around. Didn't we just see that, Saint Eddie DiCharlos, not too long ago? We saw that the famine was beginning at Marijois, and the Celestial Dragons were ordering the slaves around, and they asked for a steak. What chapter was that, Eddie DiCharlos? Thank you for the super chat, brother. Nah, don't give me blessings. I don't deserve it. Sorry for trolling you. What do you mean you don't deserve it? Maths, you trolling, it's not a big deal. That's one. And then 2, you apologized. Maths, God bless you, Maths. It's okay, bro. Maths, I let it go. You can let it go. Chat's letting it go. Maths, don't worry, man. Stan said, and again, Charlos, thank you for the super chat. That's exactly what they're doing in Marijois. See, Marijois is built off slavery. So, and guys, I just want to remind you, because I mentioned this on my yokai video. Let me pull it up real quick. Let me show you guys something. I want to mention this really quick. Ella, am I banned? No, but you should be. Guys, I want to mention this real quick. I want to mention something real quick, guys. This video right here, guys. Oda leaked all of the Gorosei devil fruits and you missed it.
And his blade.
Yo, bless the Lord, man. Chat. The Lord is so generous, guys. 140k views on this, guys. 140k views, guys. You see why God is good? You see why God is good, guys? When I was making my channel, I thought no one would watch my videos. And this video has 140,000 views. 4,000 people liked this video. God bless the Lord. But I bring up this video, guys, because in this video... Oh, did I already forget why I'm bringing this video up? Why am I bringing this video up again? Oh, in this video, I talk about... Yeah, it's right here. It's right here.
Values
Right here.
freedom, and so does Oda. That's why.
Look, guys, because someone Saint Eddie D. Charlos said that, meanwhile at Marijua, where's my steak? I ordered steak, you slave. Look, I want to point something out, guys.
He went to Wano and helped to live purpose. Slavery are massive themes in One Piece, and they are going and Imu's anticipated to be recognized. Contrast. Guys,
okay, let's go back here.
Liberating countries and bringing freedom, whether it's on purpose or not, is the total antithesis to slavery. These two concepts, freedom and slavery, are massive themes in One Piece, and they are going to play into the main character and main villain. Luffy is renowned as the warrior of liberation, and Imu's anticipated to be recognized as the warrior god of slavery. Two diametrically opposed titles that represent complete contrasts. With that out of the way,
so that's just a short explanation. So when you guys look at the Gorosei, how there's a warrior god of finance, warrior god of agriculture, I think Imu is adopting, or Imu already has, the title of warrior god of slavery. I think that's something very fun and interesting to think about, because again, as you just saw, the whole idea that Luffy is Nika is the warrior of liberation. Liberation is freedom. Okay, so Luffy's the idea of liberation. Luffy is the idea of slavery, of freedom. Well, if Imu's the big bad and Imu is the perfect antagonist, the perfect inversion of Luffy, that would mean that Imu is the warrior god of slavery. And it feels kind of obvious because slavery is a big theme in Marijua. When we were going into the reverie, we saw that the staircase thingy, I forgot what they called it, where Shirahoshi was going up to the castle, we saw that it was powered not by fire, not by electricity, but by slaves. So I think you guys should put some stocks into that. Imu is going to be the warrior god of slavery. And this is diametrically opposing Luffy, the main character, who's the warrior god of liberation. The warrior god, in a way, warrior god of liberation. The warrior of freedom. So Imu's going to be this big person. Like, yes, Imu is going to have a lot of evil aspects in him, like greed, selfishness, lust. Imu's going to have a lot of evil aspects, but I think one of the biggest things about Imu as a character is going to be that he pushes slavery. And I think probably pre-Void Century, before the Void Century War, the 100-year war, before that, there's probably little to no slavery in the One Piece world. And because of the Void Century, because of Imu, slavery became popular. And Imu and the world government, the Celestial Dragons, they propagated and they pushed the idea of slavery. And then we see that in the first place, Imu doesn't value humans. The only reason that Imu chose Leloucia to practice and see if Mother Flame was going to work is because, yes, people were on Leloucia, but because Leloucia was the closest island. So Imu doesn't value humans. Imu does not see value in human life. So of course, if you didn't see value in human life, you would do that. You would treat them like slaves. You would enslave them. That was the biggest argument for slavery in America. That was the biggest argument. They were saying that black people, they don't have value. They're like subhuman. So that's why they were being enslaved. And the people, the biggest abolitionists against slavery in America were Christians. It was Christians that ended slavery in America. And how did they do it? They used the Bible, because the Bible shows and it proves that human life is inherently valuable. So when you look at Luffy taking inspiration from Nika and inspiration from Jesus, who tells us that all humans have valuable, we all have intrinsic value. It makes perfect sense that Luffy is a warrior of liberation. He's this figure of freedom. He brings value to people, whereas Emu is the complete opposite, the progenitor to slavery. And we got two gifted memberships. One from St. Eddie D. Charlos and one from Door Handle. Young goats. Guys, listen, I don't want anyone believing in the St. Eddie G. Charlos agenda. Don't buy into it, guys. It's a false theory. It's a false flag. They're trying to wage war on my character. They're trying to send an attack on my name. Guys, it's a false flag. Okay? That account was a false flag. Wait, L. Yo, L deleted the message. Bro, St. Eddie D. Charlos gifted a membership and L deleted it. Oh no. But yeah, St. Eddie D. Charlos and Door Handle, thank you both for the memberships. God bless you both. Greg says, check out my last message. Greg says, guys, let's check this out. Greg said Emu was heartless. Wait, when did it say that? Greg, when did they say that again? They probably did say that about Emu, but I probably forgot. Emu was heartless. That would contain the character for Mu, including significance in Zen Buddhism. I'm saying in our discussion, oh yeah, when we pulled up the Okinawa piece. Heartless. So Emu is like the most heartless person, and Emu simultaneously is like nothingness. Emu's devil fruit is like nothingness. You guys think Emu has like the nothing fruit, the void fruit? Because in a way, if Emu was nothingness, that is like diametrically opposed from Luffy, who's imagination. Because think about it, imagination is creation, right? Imagination is creation. So if Emu's the big bad of One Piece, if Emu's the final antagonist, if Emu is the biggest threat to the One Piece world, that would mean that Emu in many ways should be the antithesis to Luffy. So again, if Luffy stands for freedom, Luffy stands for imagination, which is creation, then Emu should be something like nothingness, void, emptiness. What about my last message? Hey, Luke, I'm sorry, bro. I'm trying. Lucas said, I just realized that Luffy meeting Loki not just parallels how he met Zoro, but also when he met Buggy. And Buggy insulted Shanks, causing Luffy to get mad. Now this chapter is hinting that Loki is good. Guys, do we think Loki's good? I don't know, man. If King Harold... Because there's a possibility that they're making it seem like King Harold's a good guy, but what if Oda throws a curveball and he's actually a bad guy? And that this is all propaganda. They make it seem like King Harold's a good guy, but in reality he's a bad guy. Because like, if King Harold's a good guy and his own son killed him, it just seems very weird that Loki would be a good guy, because that would mean Loki, as a good guy, killed another guy, King Harold, who's a good guy, but then also it was his own dad. You get what I'm saying? Is it ever confirmed that Olvia, Robin's mom, died? If no, I think that mysterious lady could be Olvia, or maybe dude, Olvia being one of the two people at the end of this chapter, Olvia being infiltrated and brought into the Holy Knights, would be so insane. Shanks's clone, Shanks's twin, Shanks's brother being a member of the Holy Knights, and then Robin's mom being a member of the Holy Knights would be, bro, that would be out of this world insane. Now, you're asking if it was confirmed that Olvia died? I mean, that's kind of hazy. That's kind of gray. Because, like, you could say yes with, like, certain comments they've made, but we don't have definitive proof that she died. Like, there's no grave, there's no tombstone, you know? There's no casket. So you can't necessarily say, no, there's no way she's alive. Hey, you know what? Who was it that just said that? Because that's actually insane. It was Farhat. So let me tell you this, Farhat. Farhat, I've always said that if Robin's mom is alive, Olvia, that would kind of rub me the wrong way, because a huge part of Robin's character is that her mother was a historian and her mother was killed and slaughtered because of what happened on O'Hara. Moreover, O'Hara was genocided. Robin and Saul, they're a special case. So that would kind of rub me the wrong way. And we know that, like, Olvia being Robin's mom and an archaeologist, she plays a lot into the motive of Robin. So it would kind of rub me the wrong way if Olvia was alive. But at the same time, if she was alive and they hijacked her to put her in the Holy Knights, maybe the Emu took control of her mind or something like that, that would be insane. That would be sick. Yo, Antoine, you're about to get banned you're about to get timed out for that super chat, bro. Antoine, thank you for the super chat, but you said some words we probably shouldn't be saying. Hey, Antoine, you're gonna get smited. Evil or 333 has the Fruto, the blank no me model type bussy. Hey, listen, Antoine, you got smited. Rip. You got smited. Look, we talk about free speech here, but we got to draw the line at some parts, especially because getting demonetized would be terrible. But Antoine, thank you for the super chat. Why don't you live on your other channel? Just because I want to grow the fan base over there. I want to grow the community over there on my other channel. I feel like it's a little too early to stream on my other channel, and I got to get back on the content. Eli said Ant gone. Yo, he went from Antoine to Ant gone. Oof. I have been thinking of that Olvia being alive and that mysterious lady. I waited for 4 hours for you to get to this point so I could say it. Hey, Farhat, thank you for the perseverance, bro. Guys, let's talk about that real quick. Guys, let's talk about that theory. Is it possible that this girl at the end of the chapter, the end of the spoilers, this Holy Knight girl, is it possible that this girl is Robin's mom? 1 for yes, 2 for no, guys. I think that would be insane, because that would mean that 2 characters are showing up on Elbaf. 1 is a Shanks twin and 1 is Robin's mom. Come on, that'd be wild, bro. Because think about it. If that girl of the Holy Knights who appeared on Elbaf is Robin's mom, Olvia, that's of the same nature of Shanks' twin being on Elbaf. You get it? You guys see what I'm saying? Are you following? If Shanks' brother, Shanks' twin, is on Elbaf, think about the nature of that. If that other person, the girl, is Robin's mom, Olvia, isn't that like the same nature? It's kind of like almost like the same kind of vibe. It's the same nature. L with the 2. Thank you, brother. God bless. Justice for Antoine. Guys, are you waiting for Antoine to resurrect? Thank you, Antoine. Is she even powerful enough to be a Holy Knight? Well, it seems like the Gorsei are, in some capacity, are making Holy Knights stronger. The fact that these guys can teleport with magic circles, I don't think that's just like, oh, you have to have a magic circle ability to join the Holy Knights. I think that's probably given to them. Like the Gorsei and Emu probably give that power to the Holy Knights. So if these guys are able to teleport across the world with these magic Star of David or Star of Remph or Star of Satan circles, maybe they also get strengthened by other things that the Gorsei and Emu add to them. You get what I'm saying? And we got 2 supers from the boy Young Smokey, back-to-back 10s, bro. Thank you. God bless you, Young Smokey. Going berserk today. He says, nah, we got clips of you accepting the Saint Eddie DiCharlos. At L, roll the clip. He said, at L, roll the clip. Saint Eddie DiCharlos, Morley III. Hey, you got me. Smokey, you got me, bro. What can I say? What can I say? You don't got me until someone posts the receipts. No one's posting the receipts right now. Thank you so much, Smokey. Saint Eddie DiCharlos Morley III. Yesterday you were looking at the Holy Knights. I think it's the women with the gun we saw yesterday. Oh, was it the one that was like sticking her tongue out? Guys, what chapter was that of God Valley? I have no clue what chapter that was. Does anyone know a chapter where we saw God Valley? We saw young Garling and the other Holy Knights. But hey, Smokey, you don't have the receipts until you have the receipts, bro. Yeah, but she would be old. Yeah, so here's the thing, Foxy. This new, or not Foxy, Fox, here's the thing. For one, Garling is old, and he was the supreme commander of the Holy Knights, but then he also joined the Garce. So that's one, right? And two, we don't know how old this person is. In the spoilers, it doesn't say that the female Holy Knight that's on Elbaf is young. It doesn't say like, oh, she's young, she's youthful. So with those 2 points, I would say that you can't necessarily argue that it's not an old lady. You get what I'm saying? You guys said chapter 1096. Thank you, Hunt Predator. Welcome in, brother. So Eli is saying that the Holy Knight, this female Holy Knight, at the end of the spoilers, is the one with the gun. I think, yeah, this, Eli, you're saying this girl? You're saying this is the one that pulls up at the end of the spoilers? And young Smokey, 8 months, bro. Smokey, thank you, God bless you. You almost have a whole baby right there. Smokey, you're about to give birth, bro. 8 months, you're about to give birth, bro. I bet Luffy's mom is a Holy Knight. Antoine, that's actually crazy.
Let him cook now.
Luffy's mom being a Holy Knight would be wild, bro. But at the same time, I feel like if Luffy's mom was like hijacked, infiltrated, and the world government wanted to use Luffy's mom, I feel like they would give her like a really high role, you know, given that Luffy's the main character, Nika, Joy Boy, blah, blah, blah. You know, guys, any theories on the servant of Emu that walks up to Emu, bends the knee and says, hey, Emu, the Gorosei are summoning you? Because I remember on my Gorosei yokai video, I talked about this Japanese yokai that could be the servant. But I don't remember what my argument was. How many of the Holy Knights do you think could still be active? That's hard to say because the silhouette of the Holy Knights, you could count the silhouette, or I guess the silhouettes, but the dialogue bubble could cover some more. Like you guys see this right here. This could be a Holy Knight. How do we not know there's more Holy Knights back here? And you have to take into account that this is a silhouette. You got to take silhouettes with a grain of salt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and what? 10? Guys, how many Holy Knights do you think there are? Saint Eddie D. Charlos, Weevil, Morley III. Dude, that is a long name. St. Eddie D. Charlos, Weevil, Morley III. What do you think the crocodile secret is that Ivankov knows? I think the secret is that he's weak to water. He's weak to liquid. Because when Luffy was using liquid against Crocodile, Crocodile was astonished. Crocodile was shocked. Luffy was using water Luffy, and Crocodile was, whoa, how did you figure that out? He was shocked. So clearly that's a secret. Clearly no one knew that. He was shocked. And the fact that Ivankov mentioned that to Crocodile with Luffy right there, I think it kind of insinuates that, hey, Ivankov knows Crocodile's secret and so does Luffy. Yeah, I think Crocomom, again, I've said this a million times. I think people make joke theories. I think people make theories for fun, and then other people take it serious, and then they start pushing the agenda. It's just like Kaido is a poneglyph. I knew the guy that made that theory. He made the theory Kaido is a poneglyph for fun. He did it as a joke. But then other people saw the theory and they took it serious and they started looking for all the panels and they started looking for all the parallels and all the foreshadowing and all the inversions, and they took it seriously when it was just a joke. You know, that's how I see Crocomom. I think the secret is that he was weak to liquid because Luffy used liquid against Crocodile to not only defeat him, but then Crocodile was shocked in the fight that Luffy figured it out. Then when you fast forward, you go to Impel Down, Luffy is standing right there in the panel when Ivankov is saying, I know your secret, Crocodile. Don't make me tell them your secret. Because if she can reveal that Crocodile's secret is that he's weak to liquid, then that nullifies his double fruit. So I think his weakness, his secret is being weak to liquid. I think Crocomom is just a joke taken way too far. And I think that's so stupid. We didn't see Luffy's mom. We didn't see Dragon's wife. For the whole story, the mother of the main character being built up the whole story just for it to be like something that's funny for like a day or two. It's Crocomom. Then it's all over. Like, to me, that's a waste. It's a waste. I want Luffy's mom to, like, she was married to Dragon. The world government captured her, like how they captured Ginny. They stole her devil fruit. They killed her. They enslaved her. Dragon barely saved his son. Like, you know, actual lore. But, like, you would have to throw all of that away and be like, no, it's Crocodile. Then you laugh for 30 minutes and then you're like, okay, it's not funny anymore. That's it. We waited 1,200 chapters to see Luffy's mom, and that's what it is Crocodile. It's not worth it. It's just my opinion. I'm just being honest. That's how I feel about it. Farhat says, I'll say it again. Remember, Oda doesn't go by our emotions. Ace was free by removing his handcuffs, but then got the donut treatment, so Olvia could be that lady. I mean, I guess. I wouldn't throw it out there. I wouldn't say that there's no... I don't think you can say that there's no way it's Olvia. I think at best you can say that it's unlikely. Maybe you can argue, oh, it's unreasonable. It's unreasonable that Olvia is alive and she's a Holy Knight. You could probably say that, but I don't think there's anything in the story. And I don't necessarily agree with that theory, but I'm just saying, I don't think there's anything in the story to be like, no, there's no way Olvia is alive. I don't think we have that. We haven't seen a casket. We haven't seen the dead body. The last time we saw her, she said that she was going to go run around and grab some books, right? She literally said, I'm going to go grab some books. We're going to go throw the books in the water. That's the last time we saw her. Now, again, by the same token, you could argue it's unlikely that she's alive because one, that kind of rubs you the wrong way, or at least for me, in terms of Robin's character, right? And then two, O'Hara was genocided. And then three, that kind of takes away from the fact that Saul and Robin escaped. Because now you're saying, okay, Robin escaped, Saul escaped, Olvia escaped. So what? Everyone escaped? Like, a lot of the important people escaped. So, in conclusion, maybe it's unlikely to be Olvia, but I don't think there's anything in the story to argue and say, look, this shows there's no way it's Olvia. I don't think that exists. I don't think there's any way to say that. But Smokey with the 20. L lost a clip. You're lucky. He's effing up. I'm also disappointed in you, L. Hey, L, you fumbled, bro. You might have had a receipt of me saying that Charlos is my favorite character, and you lost it. L, you failed, bro. L, you're a failure. Guys, until someone comes through with a receipt of me saying that Charlos is my favorite character, you can't prove it. You can't. I accidentally recorded it with my loud A breathing and work noises. Bro is breathing heavy into the mic. That would explain why Dragon is a cat, or why Dragon is a blank. Is Dragon Robin's dad? No, I can't remember because someone made that theory. It might have been King J. I forgot who it was and I forgot what they said, but someone had really strong refutation against Dragon being Robin's dad. I think it has to do with their age or something like that. I forgot what it was. They said, no, Dragon cannot be Robin's dad because of this thing. I don't remember what it was. And then I always like held in my mind, okay, Dragon is probably not Robin's dad. But I don't remember what the argument was. King J or anyone in the stream, if you guys know why Robin cannot be Dragon's daughter, comment down below. I don't remember what it was. Good thing we have AI someone could slander. How are you so good at creating theories, especially of tritoma? What's tritoma? Tritoma. I'm not reading your name, bro. Your name, bro, you gotta change that name. I let the Holy Spirit guide me, bro. I let the Holy Spirit tell me what to say. at least most of the time, because I do commit sin. I am a rotten, dirty sinner in need of a savior. I let the Holy Spirit guide me, guide my steps, help me speak precisely, help me be as unbiased as possible, help me and save me from error. And I let the Holy Spirit live within me, and I follow the Holy Spirit. All glory to God, all glory to the triune God. Luffy's mom would be a big mouth. Dragon and Garp are not big mouths, or I guess big mouth people. This person has bandages over their mouth. Okay, Luffy's mom would be a big mouth, and then this new girl, this Holy Knight, she has bandages over her mouth because she's a big mouth. Would be dope to introduce two people that would throw Luffy for a loop. Hey, Rocket, we were just talking about how if the Holy Knight lady is Robin's mom, it would be of similar nature to Shanks' twin brother, whatever, being a Holy Knight. So that's kind of like of the same nature, throwing people in for a twist. But it also applies, like how you said, Rocket, it applies to Luffy's mom. So two Holy Knights show up to Elbaf. One is Luffy's mom, and then the other is Shanks' brother. Yo, that would be pretty wild. Tritoma is the Amazon Lily Empress before Hancock. Oh, is that what they call it? Is that her name? Guys, is that the name of the missing Amazon Lily Empress? It recorded your voice at work? Ha! You don't have proof. L, you do not have proof. Does anyone have the Wikipedia page? Or maybe I could type the name in. Tritoma. Oh, it is. Tritoma is the former empress of Kuja tribe, succeeding Shukuyaku and preceding Boa Hancock. She died years ago as a victim of love sickness. Yeah, so this guys, if you guys remember my Amazon Lily theory, that Luffy's mom was the missing empress of Amazon Lily, I made that theory way before we learned this girl's name. It was way before this. And I was arguing in that video that, because we knew that she had previously died, I was arguing that she died from love sickness and that her love sickness was from Dragon. So Luffy's mom died. She's dead from love sickness with Dragon. And then when you think about Dragon is a character who embodies the power of hurricanes, tornadoes, wind, right? Dragon has wind type abilities. Well, what's the famous phrase of Amazon Lily, chat? What is it? Can someone tell me? Dragon has the powers of wind, tornadoes, hurricanes. He's a wind kind of guy. Hanumanji influences the character of Luffy, and Hanumanji's father is Vayu, who is Lord of the Winds. Well, what's the famous phrase of Amazon Lily? Love is a hurricane. So is it possible that part of the reason Oda made that the phrase of love is a hurricane simply be due to the fact that, or I guess the idea that Luffy's mom, an empress, died of love sickness, hurricane, dragon? Who knows? Could be foreshadowing. Did you notice Mihawk has the same eyes as Emu? Yeah, I think a lot of us have noticed that. In the official manga coloring, Mihawk has yellow eyes. Emu has red eyes. So that's one thing to take into account. And now that you mention the eyes, let me pull up a picture because I always mention this to people on stream. I made this infographic a while ago. I never put my citation on it, but you guys can trust me. I wouldn't lie. I made this. So we noticed in chapter 50 of One Piece, Mihawk had ring eyes. In chapter 393, there's multiple panels in Ohara. I literally showed you guys at the beginning of the stream. Robin has ring eyes. X-Drake has ring eyes. Caribou has ring eyes. Caesar has ring eyes. Cavendish has ring eyes. Zunisha has ring eyes. Big Mom has ring eyes. Daifugu has ring eyes. Emu has ring eyes. Luffy at times has ring eyes. And Seraphim Mihawk has ring eyes. I think it's just design. I think it's just design. I know we're trying to get as many details as we can about Emu. I get it. I get it. Emu's a silhouette. Emu's the big bad. Killed Joy Boy. Nika. Bro, I get it. I get it. But the problem is that the eyes is just, it's not a, in my opinion, it's just not a strong argument for he's this character, he's the father, he's the grandfather, they have the same fruit, DNA, hockey. I just don't, I just doesn't line up for me. If you want to say something like what Greg said, it's serious eye expression. See, that makes sense. These characters have you know, serious eyes because in that moment, or just the nature of that person, the nature of that character, they're very serious, they're very devoted. Yeah, that makes sense. But Emu being Mihawk's dad, Esok being related to Emu and DNA, Zunisha being Joy Boy or being the Emu's pet, like I just, it doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't make sense. Ring eyes could be Oda's way of expressing characters that are less humane. It's probably something like that. And we see that in other manga. It's not One Piece. It's just manga. They put ring eyes in the person's face to show like this person's very serious. They're very locked into something, you know? I don't think it's like, oh, they got different personalities. They're the daughter of Emu. They're the son of Emu. Wait, Daifugu is the son of Emu? Wait, Caesar has alternate personalities? Wait, X Drake is Emu's son? It's just, to me, it's silly. All right, guys, listen, we've been on a run, guys. We've been on a run. Phenomenal stream, guys. We're going to wrap this up here soon, guys. If you have any final theories, any final questions, any final comments and concerns, now's your chance, guys, to comment it down below. We're going to wrap up this stream here in a few minutes. Make sure before you guys leave, drop a like on the stream so we can grow the community, spread the name of Christ, spread good comedy, lots of good theories, lots of fun, guys. Make sure to like the stream. If you're new here, subscribe. If you're not new here, hit the notification bell so you guys don't miss next streams, don't miss future streams. We're going to be live again, obviously, for the chapter reaction. I have no clue when the chapter is going to drop. Like last week, sometimes the chapter drops at 6, 7, 8 a.m. Guys, I'm going to be real, chat. I'm going to be real. We're not going live at 6 in the morning. 6 a.m. EST, that's way too early for me. And if you live on the West Coast, it's going to be what? 3 a.m. We're not going to go live at 6. If it's live by 11 a.m. EST, right now, for an example, it's 8 p.m. If it's live by 11 a.m. or sooner, we'll go live at 11, okay? We'll go live at 11. If the chapter drops later in the day, we'll most likely go live later in the day, okay? So the chapter reaction will go live at either 11 a.m. EST. You guys go ask ChatGPT, say like, hey, I live in this time zone. What time would it be in my time zone if it was 11 a.m. in EST? Just go do that. Look up a, what do you call it? The time calculator, the time zone calculator. Just figure it out. We would go live 11 a.m. EST or later, depending when the chapter drops, okay? Did you delete that Charlos was your favorite character? No, I didn't, bro. I didn't touch anything. I didn't delete any clips. I didn't do anything. In all seriousness, Al, I didn't touch anything. We got our boy Jabril, my brother in Christ. What's good, bro? Jabril, you know I always gotta check, Jabril. Jabril, you know I always gotta check. Are you staying devoted? Jabril, you staying devoted? Are you staying devoted, Jabril? Are you staying in the word? Are you staying in the scriptures, my boy? Are you reading your Bible, Jabril? Are you avoiding sin? Are you crucifying the flesh, Jabril? Are you killing your flesh? Are you dying daily, Jabril? He said, yes, sir, always. Good, Jabril. Love you, bro. Evil caught in 4K with the receipts. Wait, where? Where are the receipts? Teamwork makes the dream work, Eric. It was a wonderful stream. Sacrificed my sleep, but totally worth it. Bro, Farhat, you know I appreciate it, Farhat. You know I love you for it. But Farhat, don't sacrifice your sleep, bro. Come on, my stream. I'm not that important, bro. You guys got to be energized for work, school, whatever it is you have going on. Staying home, playing Marvel Rivals. It was a wonderful stream, sacrificed my sleep, but totally worth it. Always a wholesome chat, and no one Theory King. As always, lots of love. Or, oh, and number one Theory King. Lots of love to the chat. And Big Boy Evil. Yo, W, Farhat. Salute to Farhat, guys. This man stayed the entire stream. Farhat sacrificed his sleep to watch this stream. What a legend. I'm asleep at 4 a.m. to watch. You go to sleep at 4 a.m. to watch this stream. Bro, why, man? Guys, don't sacrifice your sleep on me. 1 hour, 23 minutes. That's a timestamp. No. L. He's giving you the wrong timestamp, dude. It's not that timestamp. He's wrong. Hunt Predator, Chicken Wing. Jordan, love you, bro. I think Rayleigh is Mihawk's dad. Yeah, so Rayleigh being connected to Mihawk, that is a long-running theory. To me, that makes way more sense than Emu, because I know a lot of people. I think L, I think it was you, bro. I think you were saying that Mihawk is the son of Emu. I'm sorry to bash the theory, L. I'm sorry, and now you're definitely gonna expose me. Now that I slandered Mihawk is Emu's son, you're gonna definitely post the receipts. But anyways, Rayleigh being Mihawk's father makes a lot of sense. We look at Shukuyaku, Shaki, we look at her. We could tie her appearance to Mihawk. Her hair kind of curls similar to Mihawk's beard. His what do you call it, guys? The part of your hair right here. What do you call it? The part of your beard? I think Rayleigh is Mihawk's dad. Notice how his wife looks like Mihawk. Yeah, Shaki. Plus his prime clothing looks similar to Mihawk. Yeah. And I know Shakuyaku is a type of flower. We know that the Amazon lily empresses, they tend to be named after flowers. Like Grandiosa, she was an empress, she's named after a flower. Shukuyaku was an empress, she's named after a flower. If you look at Mihawk's coat, on the inside, it's like embroidered, whatever the word is. It has like embroidery of flowers. Maybe that's a hint. Yeah, sideburns. Thank you, Nee. Mihawk's sideburns look really similar to Shaki's hair. Maybe that's a hint from Oda. But yeah, I do like the idea that Rayleigh, Shaki are connected to Mihawk. I like that a lot more than Mihawk being connected to Emu. Me personally, I don't think Emu has a child. Guys, put yes or no. Do you believe Emu has a child? I don't think so. I don't think Emu has a child. Because I think the reason why Oda wouldn't want to do that is Oda wants to devote as much focus to Emu as possible. So if Oda gives Emu a child, that's going to take a little bit of focus away from Emu. I think Oda wants to put the biggest spotlight possible on Emu when the time comes. And I just think like having children would be a distraction. You know, I don't know. That's just kind of my intuition. Emu never talked to a girl. Ding, I tried to get you again with that name. I only got you one time. You can't get me this time, bro. What if Emu is Luffy's mom? Yeah, long-running theory. Long-running theory. I don't know if I'm a fan of it. Simply because we know Emu is from the Void Century. Emu has to be at least 1,000 years old. And then, okay, so 1,000 years pass. Dragon's born. Dragon comes up. And then somehow Dragon met Emu, somehow had a baby. Emu produced Luffy. Dragon and Garp somehow got the baby from Emu, with Dragon getting with Emu and then grabbing the baby and then throwing it to Garp. It just seems like it would be a weird circumstance, like a weird sequence of events for Dragon to get with Emu, already knowing that Emu was bad, and then somehow taking the baby from Emu. So you would have to explain, why would Dragon have a baby with Emu, and then on top of that I guess taking the baby would make sense, because maybe Dragon would be like, hey, I don't want this child to be raised by the celestial dragons, be raised by evil, vile people. Let me go grab the baby and save the baby. I guess you could make that argument, but I don't know. It would be a little weird to have, again, Dragon get with Emu, unless Dragon is not actually the father. Dragon rescued Luffy from the true father, but then that opens up a whole different can of worms. You know, it just seems if Luffy is the son of Emu, it opens up a big can of worms. What if Dragon didn't know the woman he got with was Emu? But how? As far as we understand, Emu never leaves Marijois. Maybe Emu has. Maybe just because we haven't seen it doesn't mean she hasn't done it. Whatever. Just because we haven't seen Emu does not mean that Emu hasn't left. Yes, I get that. But it just seems like unlikely. It just seems unreasonable. I think Emu has to be the most secretive person that's always in the flower room. Once in a while goes to the throne room. I think Emu has to be a super secretive character. And if Dragon has always rebelled against the world government, or at least the majority of his life has rebelled against the world government, it just seems strange that he would get with Emu and then have a child. Like, that is going to open up a can of worms. Oda would have to explain, like, so many things, you know? All right, guys, we're going to wrap up in a few minutes, guys. We're going to wrap up in a few minutes. Make sure, guys, you like the stream so we could grow the channel, grow the stream. Subscribe if you're new here. Hit the notification bell so you guys don't miss future content. We're going to be live tomorrow. As long as the chapter drops tomorrow, we're going to be live. And, guys, I know you keep asking for a religion stream. I think what we're going to do, guys, my current idea for the religion stream is this, okay? Since we get a break week, we're going on a break week after this chapter. After 11:24, we're getting a break. This is the plan. As of now, it might change. What I'm going to do is during the break week, I'm going to have a stream, and the stream's going to be called Is One Piece Religion? Or Is One Piece Religious? Or it'll be something like One Piece is religious, change my mind. It'll be something of that nature. Is One Piece religious? One Piece is religious, change my mind. It'll be something of that nature. And what we'll do is we'll go on my Discord server. You guys can join my Discord server. Mods, drop the link to the Discord server in the chat so people can join. How it works is you guys have to have a microphone. You guys have a microphone, a good working microphone. You guys will join a voice channel on the server, and I'll let you guys talk to me. You talk to me in voice on the Discord server while I'm streaming. And then the stream will be able to listen to you guys while you talk. They'll listen to your arguments. They'll listen to your opinions, your hot takes, whatever it is. And you can debate me. Debate me if you think One Piece is not religious. If you don't think Jesus is God. If you think Christianity's trash. Like, we'll be open to have those conversations because a lot of the people here like talking about religion. Not only because religion is deeply imbued into One Piece, but also because religion is very important to life. Because if it's a big need, let me put it this way. If it's a big deal regarding someone going to jail or not, like, hey, this person is going to go to jail. Are they going to be convicted as a felon? Are they going to go to jail for life? That's a big deal. Well, if that's a big deal, I would argue where you go after you die, I would argue eternity is a bigger deal. So yeah, of course religion is important to people, especially in Christianity, because it's not about your lifespan as a human. It goes beyond that. Christianity is talking about everlasting life. It's talking about eternal life. So Christianity is deeply concerned with eternal life, post-human experience. So of course people here are gonna want to talk about religion. It's gonna be a big thing. That's what we'll probably do, guys. We'll probably do that. Just admit evil. You're scared of liking evil. Beautiful women. Yo, do we believe that beautiful women are evil? Hey, listen, to all the men in the chat, which is probably like 99.9% of the chat. Listen, men, listen. You guys got to be careful, chat. Don't worry. I'm going to give a message to probably the one girl watching this stream. Listen, men, be careful, men. Don't watch corn. It destroys you. You won't know what to do in real life when you're actually in that type of circumstance. It destroys your brain. You look at women differently. You get unreasonable standards. It's unhealthy. The dopamine hits. Chat, do not watch it. It's complete filth. It's disgusting. I wouldn't be preaching this if I myself didn't engage, because that would make me a hypocrite. I don't engage with that stuff. It's filthy. Please don't do it, chat. Women get exploited. Women end up sewer sliding because of it. It's terrible. They get drugged. It's horrible. And be careful with Jezebels. Don't try to get with a woman just because she's hot, because she's sexy and she's fine. May God, may Christ protect you men from Jezebels. Don't marry a Jezebel. Marry a woman who's equally yoked with you. Look at Solomon. Solomon was marrying women who were not of God. They did not believe in God. They turned their back on God. And because he was married to them, he turned his back on God. Okay? Don't go to the Jezebels that are considering OnlyFans, that are considering being a stripper, that are considering putting their whole life on social media and Instagram. Do not get with Jezebels. Okay? And now to women, to the one woman that's probably watching the stream. Women, do not get with wolves. Some of these men are wolves. I've seen it. You've seen it. We've all seen it. Some men are wolves in sheep's clothing. They come to you in outward dressing as sheep, but inward they are ravenous wolves. Be wary, women, and I pray that you find good men. Find a man who's a sheep of the shepherd. The good shepherd puts his life down for the sheep. Follow someone who knows how to devote his life to the truth. Be careful with these men. You know that a lot of men want to exploit you. They want to control you. They want to abuse. They want to do very terrible, evil things. I pray that you women out there, it's probably one girl watching the stream. Be careful with the wolves. I hope you don't run into that. Find a good man who has his stuff in order, who has a good heart, motivated, healthy, devoted. Find that kind of stuff. I don't want any of you women finding wolves, okay? So end of story. Men, do not get with the Jezebels. Women, do not get with the wolves that will devour you. The wolves are sent by Satan to devour the flock. And us that follow Christ, chat, us that are devoted to Christ, we are called to be lions for Christ, okay? We're called to be lions for Christ. We're here to protect the flock. Satan, his minions, his little soldiers, they're wolves coming to devour the flock. And we're here to protect the flock and save the sheep. We got L with the 2. Thank you so much, L. He says, check the Discord. I'll check it in 1 second, L. Thank you, brother. Guys, we're going to wrap up the stream here. Young Smokey with the 10. Thank you, brother. He says, check the Discord. We might have got you. St. Eddie D. Weevil, Charlos Morley III. Hold on, guys. Wait. Where? Wait, where on my Discord? Oh, it's in the spoilers chat. What did he post? I have come to the realization I'm here today on December 17th, 12:21 p.m. EST. I'm here to admit that out of every One Piece character through the movies, live action, anime, manga, spin-offs, filler episodes, my one singular favorite character above all of them that I can most relate to and resonate with is Saint Charlos. This is not real. This is AI. This is fake news pushed by the radical left trying to assassinate my character. Fake news. Guys, it's not real. It's not real. That was literally AI. Chat, that was who was that? Yo, whoever that was that just posted that, you're getting smited. L, that was you? L, bye-bye. Bye-bye. You're getting smited out of the Discord. You're out of here. Where is it? Where is it? Right click? Ban? Okay, LVT369. Ban. Okay. Oh, you asked for a reason? Suspicious or spam account? I got you. You're out. L, you're out of here. Delete message history? You get the previous 7 days deleted, bro. And you were probably hacked anyways. Only a hacked Discord user would post that. Shout out to Evil for posting both sides. Hey, man, all humans are flawed. I'm flawed. Kai, my boy, where have you been, Kai, man? I've been shouting you out like crazy, bro. We were talking, Kai, you and I, the past few streams, we've been talking about how we were getting all the emotional stuff at the beginning of Elbaf, you know, Robin having to meet Saul, we needed that reunion. Elbaf is finally revealed. Oda wanted to get all of the emotion out the way. Then he was going to come through with the lore. Kai, you got it, bro. You got it. Is Luffy actually Loki? I don't know about that. But guys, Kai, I'm sorry you showed up at last minute. Guys, are wrapping up the stream here, guys. Thank you all for being here, chat. You guys are amazing. This was an awesome stream. Lots of amazing theories from people like Greg. Guys, I have to be honest. Greg was an MVP of the theories this stream. I'm just being honest. Greg, you won MVP this stream. If we're talking theories, Greg's MVP. He got it. If we're talking supers, young Smokey, like this dude is just like, Smokey has infinite money glitch, so it's not fair. But second, well, here, we're going to push Smokey to the side because he's always winning. L, you're the MVP, bro. And just being awesome, guys, just being polite. I'm going to give an MVP award to the most polite viewer. It's going to go to Farhat. Shout out to Farhat. And with that being said, guys, amazing stream today, guys. God bless everyone here. I hope everyone here has a nice morning, day, or night, wherever you guys are, guys. Stay safe, stay motivated, chat, persevere through all the suffering in life. I believe in you guys. If I could go to rock bottom, if I can land in bikini bottom and pull my way out, I know you guys can too. I love you guys greatly. You guys mean the world to me. I have the greatest community in the world. Who cares about quantity? I care about quality, and my chat is super high quality. We are all genuine. We say exactly how we feel. We disagree. We debate. You are genuine, authentic people. I love you guys greatly. May God bless you all. May God guide each and every one of your steps. May he protect your health. May he protect your finances, your relationship with your girlfriend, your wife, your husband, boyfriend, whatever it is. May God protect you. May he sanctify you. I advise you guys, because I love you guys, to find Christ. Give it a chance. Don't let Christian haters, Christ haters, lie to you about Christianity. Go read the Bible. Go read the Gospels for yourself. Go see if it's actually true. All these lies about Jesus and God, go see it for yourself. I hope you guys are able to find him. He will bring you inner peace. And regardless if you do or if you don't, I still love you guys anyways. Whether you're Hindu, Muslim, atheist, agnostic, I love you guys tremendously. You mean the world to me. You guys are amazing. You guys will do amazing things in life. You watching the stream, you right there watching, I'm talking to you. You will do amazing things. Continue being strong. Continue being perseverant, if that's even a word. Resilient. I believe you. Have a nice morning, day, or night.